Oh, it's 2 o'clock. Wow, I'm just absorbed in other things. All right, everyone, we can get started. Let me just pull up my Zoom. So call the meeting to order. Sorry. They're all online. I know. I get the man to myself. Call the meeting to order for Monday, June 20th, 2022. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100%. We have Councillor Broadhead, Mackay, and Killick, and myself in chambers with Councillor Romansky, Hughes, and Jolly virtually. I need a motion to adopt the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Go ahead.
That the June 20th, 2022 agenda be adopted as presented. Or was there? No, there was no amendments, correct?
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes unanimously. We do have a couple registered speakers, but they're for the public hearing. So I'm going to skip over that for now. No business arising, obviously. We can do consent agenda right now. Has anyone pulled anything off the consent that I have not heard of? We're good. All right, Councillor Broadhead, go ahead. Oh, wait.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, we have to pull 8.7, is
That's correct.
Yeah, 8.7 off of consent, just because we need to actually slot names into those blank spaces. So when we get to that, I'll look to member council to make that motion. But other than that, I think everything remains. So Councillor Broadhead, can you read it in except for 8.7?
Fair enough. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Move that the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of June the 7th, 2022. 8.1, Community Living Standing Committee draft minutes and agenda items from June the 13th of 2022. 8.2, CLSC recommendations, Art Development Advisory Committee 2021 annual report. 8.3, CLSC recommendation, recreation needs assessment results and next steps. 8.4, Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee draft minutes and agenda items from June 13th, 2022. CGIS recommendations, land use bylaw update 2022. 8.6, CGISC recommendation, rescind council motion CM-21-013. 9.2, time extension request, Badgerland solar farm. 9.3, displaying of solar data. 9.4, appointment of auditors for 2022 to 2025.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. That motion passes unanimously as well. Off to a good start. So let's keep going. So 6.1 is our next agenda item, which was just approved on consent, which was the minutes from June 7th. The 7.1 is a public hearing that we will do at 3 o'clock. So we'll have to wait for that one. 8.1 consent item about the draft minutes and agenda package from the Community Living Standing Committee from June 13th. There was a recommendation from the CLSC committee on the Art Development Advisory Committee annual report just to receive as information. 8.3 was on consent, which was the recreation needs assessment results and next steps. Excellent presentation last week at committee. 8.4 was on consent, which was the minutes and package from the CGI committee. 8.5 on consent, just a land use bylaw update. And 8.6 was on consent, a CGI recommendation to rescind the council motion from last term about redistricting the MDP in the lands south of Meadowview Drive. 8.7, I need a member of council to actually move this publicly and inject the names. I think Councilor Romansky, you're on the Arts Development Committee. Do you want to make this motion for us?
Yes, I can do that.
Thanks.
As long as the names show on screen here, so I get pronunciations correct.
It's on page 110 of the agenda package is the names if you want.
It's also in the chat, Mayor.
In the chat too. Okay. Do you see it, Councilor Romansky?
Not in my chat yet.
Yeah, I don't see it either. It's on page 108 of our agenda package. Is the motion and then 110 is the names. Okay,
Okay, here we go.
now it's in the chat.
That Julia Darby and Sherry Taggart be appointed as members of the Arts and Development Advisory Committee, ADAC, for a term ending December 31, 2022. That Adam
Sorry, keep going.
Lafreniere, excuse me if I pronounced that wrong, be appointed as a member of the City of St. Albert Assessment Review Board, ARB, for a term ending December 31, 2022.
Awesome. I know pronunciations I find difficult too. I think you did a good job there. Any comments on this before we call for the vote?
From myself, no, I've met Sherry. She's great. I mean, you know, arts, everybody's excited about arts. Adam, I don't know him, but I'm sure, oh, sorry, he'll do a very, very good job too. We interviewed him as well. So they're both great dedications.
Awesome. All right, I see no more hands up, so I'll call for the vote. There we go. Okay. Voting's closed and that passes unanimously. All right. We are now on to fun stuff. 9.1, which is our council's 2022, 2025 strategic plan presented by me. Guess I got to present. So do we have, who's doing the slides? Is Daria with us? Daria, are you going to be showing your screen and doing the slides?
I'm here. I can.
Good, because I can't.
Okay, just give me 1 second, please.
Okay. And Mr. Hiltz, did you want to say anything about this as well? I can do the presentation and then if you wanted to add anything, you absolutely can. Yeah.
Okay, just give me 1 second here, please. Okay, almost there. Can everybody see the screen?
You sure can.
Okay, so you can just let me know when you would like me to advance the slides.
Sure. You want to put it into like slideshow mode?
Yeah,
There we
is it showing it? Okay.
Oh, it's good. We could see the slides on the side, but now it's perfect. So thanks, everyone. I think council's, we talked about actually putting this on consent, but I think it's important for members of council to express their thoughts about this plan. In 2017, I believe we had one of the best strategic plans for that term that I'd ever participated in. And I think this one is very similar and quite robust and really reflects a lot of what council heard during the election and a lot of what we wanted to see as our vision for the next 4 years. So next slide. Thank you. So this new council established the strategic plan that articulates council's priorities over the next 4 years. Decisions we make as a council and this term are going to live on much longer in the community. As such, council will work to ensure that St. Albert is fiscally sustainable in the long term, creating a foundational plan that allows our vibrant community to thrive now and into the future. The plan was created taking some time to collectively provide input during council strategic planning sessions. And just for the public's information, council went to the Métis Crossing, which we thought was a great place to get away from the city and sequester ourselves and really honestly get to know each other a bit better and come up with some of the initial bare bones of this plan. It also allowed us to take in some of the Métis heritage and work on our reconciliation efforts. So that was fantastic. So part of this was taking into consideration what we heard from residents during the campaign and council's knowledge of the community and what the future may hold for us. The plan provides direction for administration for areas of focus for this council. It outlines specific strategy change over the next 4 years that council would like administration to advance. Direction we provide to administration will enable alignment to the city's business plan, resources, and budget so that we can continue to deliver services to communities while making progress on and achieving council strategic priorities. Change over time that we would like to see to create meaningful difference in our community. Next slide. So development of council strategic plan was guided by our community vision. This vision was developed in consultation with over 7,000 residents in 2015, outlining how our residents would like the community to evolve over the years. And so the slide shows our vision and our pillars of sustainability that came out of that plan. Next slide. Council established its mission, outlining council's purpose and intention. So our mission is to represent the residents of St. Albert, make decisions in the best interest of the entire community, and ensure that corporation delivers results that will help sustain a high quality of life for St. Albertans. We did have some conversations at strategic planning about altering that vision, but we thought it captured a lot of the thoughts that we still can hold dear, and so we're going to keep it as is for now. Next slide, please. The values. So we also established some key values that will guide us, our decisions, and how we conduct ourselves. So we were going to consider and recognize the best interests of all of the community. We value courage. We will try new things with a focus on making St. Albert better. We value diversity. We recognize its strengths in bring our unique skills and backgrounds together to make our community the best it can be. We all value integrity. We will do what we say we will do, and we all value trust. So we're going to listen respectively and speak honestly. Next slide, please. So we identified 5 strategic priorities that will receive our focus over the next 4 years. And I think it's important to say that they are presented in an order, but they are all equally important. So these are not prioritized. So they are going to be economic prosperity, a vibrant downtown, community well-being, adapting to changing natural environment, and fiscal sustainability. Over the next couple of slides, I will provide an overview of each priority in no particular order of importance, description on each priority, and specific strategies that will help us advance each priority as identified. Next slide. So strategy 1, this strategy includes advancing the development of Lakeview Business District and completing plans for the recently annexed lands. I think we all heard during the campaign how important economic development and bringing in some, non-residential assessment to our community is always been a high priority and continues to be a high priority. So Lakeview definitely stands out as something we want to advance. And we also want to update the land use bylaw and talk about having an infill strategy so that we can guide infill in a responsible way that the community does accept. Next slide. Our second priority is really about the downtown. Shockingly, the downtown has not been a priority for the last couple of years, and it should be, and it will be this term. We all heard it, I think, during the campaign. So we're going to do this by reviewing our DART plan. So we do have a downtown area redevelopment plan, and we're going to have a good look at it. And we're going to help us establish our priorities for the development of our downtown. We're going to advance planning for the development of Millennium Park, which we're really hoping will be a gathering place for our community that brings residents and community members downtown, not just for community celebrations, but also to help some of the downtown businesses and support their profitability and their long-term sustainability. And this strategy also includes supporting and creation of a potential business improvement area. So we have met with some of the downtown businesses already, and one idea that has been floated around is a BIA, they call them, a business improvement area. And so we don't want this to be something that the city imposes, but we would like to see the downtown businesses come together. And if this is something that would like to form, we will absolutely support them as a city. Strategy, or next slide, please. Thanks, Daria. So this is community well-being, and obviously coming out of a pandemic, and even before the health and well-being of our residents is always of utmost importance. So this strategy will actually address some of our housing issues. So we hopefully will advance the development of 22 St. Thomas Street. And then coming out of our task force on homelessness, it was identified to have a youth transitional housing somewhere in the city. So we're hoping to advance both those projects under this pillar or this priority. Oh, excuse me. Hi, my daughter. I have to hang up on you. I answered you by mistake.
Oh, that's nice.
You're in my council meeting right now. Bye, kiddo. That's so funny. That's what it on my phone. Anyway, on my watch. Sorry. We on to 4, strategy number 4. Thank you. So this is a big one. And I think all municipalities across Canada, especially, you know, and for sure Alberta, are tackling with climate change. So this one is adapting to a changing natural environment. We really need to explore how we can protect our waterways and our green spaces. We need to have conversations about where we're getting our energy, how efficient our buildings are, how we're moving people through this community, how we're getting rid of our waste. Those kind of considerations are all really impacting our changing natural environment and the weather patterns. And so we want to become a city that has resilient infrastructure that can handle weather and as well as limit our contribution to that change. Next slide. Priority number 5 is financial sustainability. So this strategy includes exploring plans for the solar farm and discovering partnership opportunities. That's not saying we're going to do the solar farm. It's an example of what we're talking about getting new revenue sources up so we don't have to always rely on residential tax base to maintain our sustainability as a community. We're also this strategy includes implementation of opportunities identified in the operational and fiscal review. So we did commission that last term. They have a lot of recommendations coming out of that. And so we're asking our staff to continue to follow those and observe them. And then the last statement I have here is about ESG. And I really actually honestly think that ESG applies to all of our priorities, not just financial sustainability. ESG, for those who don't understand it, stands for environment, social, and governance. And this kind of lens is about attracting investment into our community. And to do so, we need to be environmentally conscious. We need to have good, solid social structures. And then we also have to have good governance. And so a government that you can trust will attract investment. So we want to make sure the ESG is a lens on all our decision making. Following the next slide, Daria, thank you. Following indicators are identified to help track the progress towards achieving outcomes in the strategic plan. This section is still under development and will therefore continue to evolve. And finally, my last slide talks about council making a formal commitment to the priorities identified and related strategies with the approval of the plan. And next step will be administration developing their corporate business plan to support these strategic priorities. And then they will bring that to us for information in the near future. Do we have an idea, Mr. Hiltz, Mr. Fletcher?
we'll be bringing it back in August.
August.
Yeah.
Okay, so that corporate plan will be the how to our what, I guess. So that's all I have to say. I'm pretty excited about what we can achieve as a council the next 4 years. Hopefully we'll have our footprint, our fingerprint, our stamp as a unique group of 7 individuals on what this community looks like 4 years from now and into the future. So with that, that's all I have for speaking notes to the plan. But I will allow council members if they want to add to it, or Daria, or even Mr. Hiltz or Mr. Fletcher. So opening it up. We're just gonna go. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, whenever you gather as a group of individuals with an intent to focus on building towards a certain goal. And in our case, we're council that have been elected by our community to further the health and welfare of our community. It's always good to have a strategic plan in order to do that. And just want to thank my council colleagues and certainly administration for the hard work that they put into not only planning the retreat out to Métis Crossing, which was a unique experience to say the least, and love to go back there, quite honestly, and anyone in St. Albert who's looking for a place like that certainly can recommend that. But it was the interchange between council and administration and clearly thinking about the future that led to this particular document, and just can't be prouder of it.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Killick.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that without a plan, no plan is a sure sign that the plan will fail.
Mhm.
So it's good to have a plan. It's looking out 4 years. Hard to imagine where we will be in 4 years. And I think that presented some of the challenges of getting us all aligned around what could be a common shared set of values and direction. So it took a long time for us to kind of wordsmith with lots of good input. There were some pros on items and there were some cons on some of the similar items. So there was a lot of back and forth. But I think it got us to a good plan that will give us long-term guidance over the 4 years, and will also make that clear to our residents and our businesses and our other partners as we try and move this forward. And I look forward to the next layer down where we actually put these strategies into actions. I think that'll be very, very critical. But it was time well spent getting everybody around the table and getting us to a common, as close to a common set of guidelines and direction as we possibly could. So again, thanks to administration and all the back and forths and wordsmithing and fine tuning and hair pulling. That got us to this point. So really appreciate it. And I think we've got a good document to help guide us forward.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. I would agree that no plan represents all 7 of us 100%, exactly what we wanted to see in it, but it is a plan that we did develop together, and out of respect of each other, we need to, support that and move forward. And I think honestly, Daria deserves a huge round of applause. She worked with 7 competing interests in conversations and produced something that we can all be very proud of. I actually have Councillor Bermansky wants to make some comments, and then is that just clapping, Councillor Jolly? Go ahead, Councillor Bermansky.
Okay, so my comments will be a little bit different here. I appreciate the good works that were achieved, and the ideas that came forward in the previous council, and the new council is really only us 2 new people, myself and Councillor Killick. So we're kind of like the new wife in the group. So I hope by the end of this strategic plan, we're the best team that, that's ever worked together. And I think what we bring to it is the care and the development, whether it be Lakeview or downtown, finding that balanced approach, finding a middle ground, keeping our feet grounded as to the direction of development and the cost. So I'm excited about the plan and doing it right. So appreciate everything and let's go to it. That's it.
All right, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I know that we can't agree on everything. And so I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I do have some concerns. I have concerns about how we're going to be able to afford Millennium Park. I have concerns about the fact that we already do have a downtown park. We have Lions Park that's a gathering place. We have Rotary Park that's a gathering place. And the cost of it when we're looking at huge tax increases between last election and next election, unless something dramatically changes, the forecasted tax increase will be a cumulative 23% year over year coming forward. So the accumulation of 4 years projected now is 23%. So being able to afford this becomes a serious question. And then even going forward, we're still looking at tax increases for the next council as well. So planning is one thing, but I'm just not sure how we're supposed to make it happen. So I have those concerns. I have the concerns of saying advancing investment in infrastructure, because I know he's saying we're not pushing the solar farm, but at the same time, we're also saying advanced investment in that type of infrastructure. And I think we definitely want to make sure our due diligence is being done on this to make sure that we're confident about those results and that we're not putting the city in a worse economic situation and trying to accomplish it and achieve the opposite. And the other concern I had was about the indicators. Some of them just are things that are beyond council's control. So that's always a challenge when you have indicators that are not something that we actually can control. So even right down to the river quality index, much of the river quality issues are actually upstream from us. So that can be our concern. We don't necessarily have a control over how many employments are in downtown, how many employment numbers. There's just a couple things in here that are difficult. But that being said, like I said, I'm not going to vote against this. I'm going to support this and understand the larger picture. There's a lot in the plan that I do agree with, that I do support. And so I'm going to support it, but with the caveat that there are elements in here that we all recognize we don't all agree on everything, but those are a couple of them that I'm having issues with. So I'm still going to be doing that with caution. It doesn't mean I'm going to put myself in an absolute solid feet in the glue on elements that I'm having challenges with. But in general, I'm willing to support this. And also with the understanding too, that we update this every year. So if something changes in the next year or 2 years, there is the opportunity for us to go back, revise it, and meet the needs of the community as they come forward. That's it. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I'm excited that administration finally has a plan that they can run with. I'm particularly pleased to see the inclusion of or the recognition of climate change as a significant impact to the way municipalities govern themselves in this plan. I believe that's the first time St. Albert has included those words in a strategic plan. So I'm delighted about that. And I'd also like to extend my thanks to Daria. This was, I think the most challenging strategic planning process that I've been involved with any organization. And, the support from yourself and all of staff to prepare the plan really demonstrates your understanding and commitment to the city and seeing us succeed. So thank you for that.
Thanks to Councillor Jolly. And I think also we need to thank Mr. Hiltz and the Dianes. It was honestly a pleasure to be up at Métis Crossing with all three of you. I enjoyed getting to know you a bit better and to see the excitement that you had for our community, and the plan that we were creating was really inspiring for me. So thank you for being so engaged. I see Councillor Mackay has made a request to motion. We're sort of in debate, so I'll let you make your comments with the motion. That's perfect. But Mr. Hiltz, before I sign off, do you want to add anything?
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. This was as Councillor Jolly had indicated, this was a 180. I think originally it took us through an adventure to get to a plan that is uniquely St. Albert's. And I think that's something you guys can be very proud of as a council. You guys came up with 5 priority strategic areas that you guys can hang your hat on. And this is going to be great work for administration to be able to come forward with our corporate business plan. And we have very good direction from this plan. It doesn't make anything that's subjective, I guess, in terms of where we should take something. It's very specific. So for that, we thank you in advance. And at the end of the day, you guys, all the comments are very positive, and I think that's what you want from a strategic plan. So thank you for that. And I'm really excited about bringing forward the corporate business plan and to get moving on some of the projects. So that's really administration's perspective. Is this was a good experience and a good plan.
Good. And 5 days into the job, Mr. Fletcher, this strategic plan is also, I guess, your marching orders to get her done. We want it all done in 4 years. Do you want to add anything?
No, Your Worship, thank you. I think Mr. Hiltz has already kind of said everything there is to say, except, to understand that this is an articulation of ambition and intent over 4 years. And the trick will be turning that into executables. And that's ultimately our job. We've got very clear direction. So thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
I just wanted to add one more thing, Your Worship, is that I think that, Daria deservedly has got a lot of credit for this, and you've brought myself and the 2 Dianes some credit. The leadership team behind the scenes, they were very instrumental in providing feedback for the last 3 months into it as well. And, during the meetings and everything like that, they were using Teams and, chatting with us and everything to make sure you guys would get the timely information. I just wanted to bring your attention of the great work the whole team does.
Yeah, appreciate that, because when we're not in person and it's virtual and their cameras are off and there's conversations that we're not part of. So I appreciate you, and we appreciate what they brought to it as well. Councillor Mackay, I'll throw the motion on the floor. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'd be happy to, and thank you for allowing me to. That the updated version of Council Policy C-CG-01 Council Vision, Mission, and Values provided as an attachment to the June 20th, 2022 agenda report entitled 2022 to the 2025 City of St. Albert Council Strategic Plan be approved, and that the updated version of Council Policy C-CG-02 City of St. Albert Council Strategic Plan provided as an attachment to the June 20th, 2022 agenda report entitled 2022-2025 Council Strategic Plan be approved, and Schedule A of the policy be replaced with the 2022 to 2025 Council Strategic Plan. And number 3, that the CAO is directed to bring the 2022 to 2025 corporate business plan to council by the end of Q3 2022, or when completed, to inform council of actions planned by administration for the 2022-2025 to achieve strategic goals outlined in the, get ready for it, in the 2022 to 2025 council strategic plan.
Awesome.
If
All
I
right.
have to say 2022.
Okay, any comments?
Yeah, I really don't have to say really many more comments. Excellent comments in prior to the motion, and excellent comments from administration, because clearly this just sets the vision for our council. And as in any strategic planning process, one of the benefits of going through the exercise is that it identifies some of the priority areas, but it also identifies how we arrived at them. And usually whenever we do strategic planning, you're always part of whether you want to call it a SWOT analysis or a benchmarking and exercises. It always identifies where the opportunities are, where some of the threats are, as we've already heard in some of the earlier discussions, and where certainly our strengths and weaknesses always are lying. And what's always exciting is there's always an opportunity. We bring these items and priorities forward, and we put them in really high level, achievable, hopefully, but high level, non-encompassing priorities, so that administration can then take them forward and bring them back and develop real strong action plans. And then we can review them and we can see if something's changed in our environment and we've missed the target, or maybe there's an opportunity that wasn't there before us and we can actually jump on. So I'm excited, as has been said by other members of this council. And I'm looking forward to what administration brings back in their corporate business plans. And let's get going.
All right. Thank you. All right, I'm going to call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes unanimously. Excellent. I'm glad that's unanimous. Thanks, everyone. 9.2 was a time extension request. So the Badgerland information will be coming to us September 30th, 2022. 9.3 was in response to a motion from Councillor Killick to display solar data at Service Place. We have given our staff $5,000 to make that happen. And finally, 9.4, appointment of the auditors. We have appointed KPMG as the city auditors for 2022 to 2025. So for a 4-year term. Next on our agenda is a bylaw, the designation of Lorne and Marguerite Aikens residents as a historical resource. We have Tasman Brooks is going to open this up for us. Is Tasman with us? There she is.
Hi there. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen here. Just please give me a minute. There we are. Okay.
All right.
All right. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm here today to present bylaw 14/20.
Your notes, Tasman, just so you
You
know.
can? Okay.
Yeah.
I know it's I've been practicing all day. And well, then, if you don't mind, I will keep them up. I am here to present the bylaw to designate the house at 8 Burnham Avenue as a municipal historic resource. Community Services continues to work with planning and development and arts and heritage, and I would like to extend a thank you to Tracy Suey and Ann Ramsden. We will be available to answer any questions after this presentation. The application to designate 8 Burnham Avenue as a municipal historic resource was first presented to Council on April 19th. At that time, administration presented the character defining elements of the property, the designation process, and the alignment with the Municipal Historic Conservation Program policy and the MDP. On April 19th, Council approved that a notice of intention to designate the property be served to the owner, which occurred on April 20th. As per the Historical Resources Act, there must be a 60-day notice prior to Council passing a designation bylaw. Administration is now bringing forward the designation bylaw as the 60-day period has just passed. It is important to note that if the bylaw is approved, the house at 8 Burnham Avenue will be legally protected from any alterations. In addition, the conservation and monitoring agreement that is attached as a schedule to the bylaw will come into effect and be binding on all subsequent owners of the property. The purpose of the conservation and monitoring agreement is to ensure conservation and maintenance of the property, which will be the responsibility of the owner with the help of conservation grants provided by the city. If the bylaw is approved, it will be registered on the property's land title. The proposed designation of 8 Burnham Avenue is supported by Arts and Heritage Foundation and the consultant who prepared the property statement of significance, and administration recommends that the bylaw be approved. That is my presentation today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Awesome. Thank you. Quick and painless. Perfect. Questions for Tasman or any other member of staff? Councillor Killick, go ahead.
Yeah, just simple question. Great, beautiful home for sure. I believe it was listed for sale recently. Does this, when you say the owner, does that reflect the new owner that recently purchased it, or is it something kind of in limbo right now?
The bylaw is, through the mayor to you, Councillor Killick. The bylaw is attached to the house. So anybody that owns a house, this bylaw will be binding. So it's this, and I'm not sure of the sale of the house. I know it was up for sale as well. But it is, does that make sense? It's that the bylaw is on the house.
Yeah, so I understand the bylaw is attached to the house, but the bylaw came forward under the, shall we say, previous owner, which I totally understand. They put a lot of money and heart and soul into restoring the home and keeping it as beautiful as it is. We're now kind of, things have changed and things have progressed. So we're being asked to approve it at a time when maybe a new owner isn't aware that the previous owner had made the request.
I'm gonna jump in because I was planning on doing some disclosures when it came to voting, because my partner, John Carl, is the listing agent of this. So I was just going to disclose that. I've had conversations with legal about whether I should even remove myself from the vote. Thankfully, the house is pending before we made the decision, so I'm in no conflict at this point. The new owner is aware. I think that's what you're looking for. Yeah, the current owner, like the previous one, the one who is the seller, their priority was to make sure this house was maintained in its historical, not torn down. So, but yes, I was going to disclose that, and now I have. So, so the new owner is aware, and I don't think it made any implication on the price of the house.
Perfect timing, perfect answer. It was really that I knew you were kind of in this limbo situation and wanted to make sure that as we bring this forward and vote on it, that it's both the current and previous owner, I guess, or pending, however that applies, doesn't get us into jeopardy. And
then any future owners, when the new owner sells it, this designation will carry on forever.
Yep. Appreciate that. That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Another really quick question, I hope. So under the conservation and monitoring agreement, when we designate, or if we designate the residence as a historic resource, does the improvements only apply to the exterior of the home, or do they apply to the interior as well? I can't remember if I read that or not.
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Mackay. Yes, it is only the exterior.
Yeah, so I mean, that's nothing stopping any new owner from modifying the interior to modernize it or to make any necessary repairs. It's just that any of the restrictions apply only to the exterior.
Correct, and to the particularly what was on the statement of significance.
Thank you.
Awesome. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So related to Councillor Killick's question, does the city face any legal risk making this decision while kind of there is a transfer currently occurring of the ownership?
Through the chair to Councillor Jolly, there are big problems with all real estate transactions right now arising from the fact that land titles is like 3 or 4 months backlog with registrations. Fortunately, real estate or conveyancing lawyers have come up with protocols to deal with that. So you basically, you advise land titles are in the queue. The fact that you're in the queue shows up on the title. I think given that what we've just learned, that the sale is pending, hasn't been finalized yet, if this bylaw is passed today, and if we quickly get both the bylaw and the agreement, which is signed, now into land title skew for registration. I don't have any concern of it, both the bylaw and the agreement being applicable and binding on both the current owner and the new purchaser.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. Good question. I see no further questions. Member council want to bring over first reading? Councillor Killick, go ahead. Thanks.
That bylaw 14/2022 to designate the Lorne and Marguerite Aikens residence at 8 Burnham Avenue as a municipal historic site be read the first time.
Awesome. Any opening comments?
Beautiful home. Will add to a significant resource to St. Albert. Glad that we got the kind of legal issues resolved or addressed here today. I think that clears a way to moving this forward and preserving this special home for all residents in the future to enjoy.
Perfect. Any other comments on this one? I'm just going to add that this is who we are as St. Albertans, is we try to protect our heritage. We pride ourselves quite a lot on the history of this community, and I went to Lorne Aikens School. So I lived in Braeside and grew up beside this. It is beautiful. It's a remnant of the river lot system. It faced the river. Now, of course, there's a road and more homes between there, but I'm so glad that that not only this council, hopefully, but the residents of St. Albert see the value in that and want to preserve it. So that's all I have. Councillor Killick, to close. You're good? Okay. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Second reading, Councillor Killick.
Yes, thank you. That bylaw 14/2022 to designate the Lorne and Marguerite Aikens residence at 8 Burnham Avenue as a municipal historic resource be read.
You just have to go reread a second.
That be read a second time. That bylaw 14/2022 be read a second time.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously.
No, I'm going to do it.
Councillor Mackay, we need unanimous consent to go to third.
That unanimous consent be given for third reading of bylaw 14/2022.
Awesome. Call for the vote. All right, sorry, we have voting's closed. We have unanimous consent to proceed to third reading. Councillor Killick, do you want to do the whole thing or just do you want to do the preamble again?
No, that was just it for my colleague, Councillor Mackay, who I know has a short memory. So we'll skip over that one. But unanimous consent be given to third reading of bylaw 14/2022.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
Actually, Mayor, sorry, it's third. It's
What?
third.
He read the unanimous consent
Yeah.
one,
Okay.
so back at you.
That where are we at here? There we go. That bylaw 14/2022 be read a third time.
Perfect. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. I'm gonna have to separate you two. Okay, we have a new historical resource in St. Albert. That's awesome. Okay, 10-3. All right, we are moving on the agenda. We have emergent items. We had nothing that the city manager or myself need to bring forward. Oh, updates. Civic agency updates. Why don't I bring up my list? I should bookmark this. I know it's the Arts Development Committee first. Well, we'll do arts first. It's just now a game. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
From the Alberta Capital Region wastewater, we did have time for our strategic planning. So we've got a strategic plan in progress, although it has to be finalized at our next meeting, which will be in September. And that's it for the Alberta Capital Region wastewater Commission.
That's it. Okay, Arts Development Advisory Committee, Councillor Bermansky.
Okay, so there's so much going on in this committee. I'll give the breakdown from the last meeting, but we're meeting again this week. So the visual arts teams is scheduling a meeting with David Turnbull from the Edmonton Arts Council to review the accession process, since Edmonton has recently deassessed murals themselves. So they're working on the replacement or repair of murals downtown. Quotes for these projects are outdated, so the visual arts team are gathering new information regarding potential removal or restoration. And a meeting with Mural Mosaics to discuss options for possible reprint is occurring the week of June 6th. And Bayren's Bronze is booked for the Plowshares replacement as well. But then we've had, you know, the outdoor art, the children's festival, the events, everybody's dancing behind City Hall. It's been an amazing time for arts, and there's just so many thrilling things going on. So they did just present their report, so a lot of people are aware of everything that went through that. But great times for arts and sure helping the downtown.
Awesome, thank you. Next on my list is Community Service Advisory Committee, Councillor Killick.
An easy one. Our May 24th meeting was canceled. We didn't have any new agenda items.
Oh, okay. All right. Got Edmonton Global there, but there's really not been much going on there. Got our annual report from them. I'm going to move on now to the EMRB. That's me. We had a conversation about chairs appointments, and this Friday, Councillor Mackay is attending on my behalf for advocacy issues. So thank you for that, Councillor Mackay. I'm sure it'll be an interesting meeting. Anything on the regional servicing plan?
No,
You met?
next
No.
meeting is still to be established, but it's looking like it'll be the fall.
Okay, perfect. Anything on the Audit and Finance Committee, Councillor Broadhead?
We meet quarterly, Madam Mayor, and we didn't.
So nothing? Okay. Okay, well, it's still you, Councillor Broadhead, because the Transit Services Commission is next on my list.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a fair amount of work going on right now around the Transit Commission because we're developing the updated service plan. Certainly the issue has come before this council of late. In terms of the operations of the board itself, I had a meeting of the HR and Compensation Committee. And as you may understand, the standing up of any sort of commission requires a significant amount of policy work to be done. And so that was the culmination of the HR and Compensation Committee was around establishing a structure for compensation review. And so that was well received. And then at the end of last week, we had the monthly board meeting. And so we're just continuing to work to get this through to operation.
Awesome, can't wait for that day. While I still have you, how about Edmonton Salutes?
Yep, we met on May the 27th and just continue to advocate for the military within the region. And we meet again this Friday.
Oh, this Friday, okay.
Yep.
Councillor Hughes, has the Edmonton Waste Minimization Advisory Committee met in the last little while?
I have big news. Let's buckle up. Okay, so you may know some of this already, Mayor Heron, just because of your AMA connections, but the extended producer responsibility, they gave us an update on that. And so I'm going to briefly give you the Cliff's notes for the rest of council. So it's going to be 100% producer funded and operated, and it's going to be operated by a third party agency, which cannot be a waste management system already in place. So the ones that already are collecting waste cannot manage third-party extended producers. They're calling it PROS, Product Responsibility Organization. And it's going to, they're going to have exclusions for some bottles and cans, and there's also going to be exclusions for smaller operations. It's going for paper products, excludes books, but does not exclude newspapers or magazines or that type of thing. Phase 1 is expected to be basically operational by the end of October of 2024, and then the phase 2 is 2026. So this month, the regulations are going to be published on this, and as of July of next year, they're going to have determined the third-party oversight. So there is discussion about what's going to be happening, like compared to other provinces that have done it already. They're sort of looking at BC, for an example, of how that's been managed. That's been basically done with a government organization like Money Things in BC. But they're trying to figure out how that's going to come into play. And then by October 2024, they're planning to have all of the producers transferred over to that. So there's a lot going on with the extended producer responsibility movement forward. There's a lot of items still in play, but certainly the timelines of when they expect to have those answers is now coming into play. And as far as the actual regulation goes, it should be up and available to the public to see sometime this month. So charities will also have an exemption. So that's it.
Awesome. Can I ask you a question? You got the presentation. Was it the Recycling Council of Alberta that gave the presentation, or was it actually Alberta Environment and Parks? Do you know?
You're asking me a hard question. I don't feel like it was I could be totally wrong, but I don't think it was extended producer. I feel like it was the government that was talking about it.
Okay.
So yeah, I could have been wrong because they're going through and I didn't take a note of who did the presentation. I was just listening to what they said.
If it was Recycling Council of Alberta, it would have been Christina Seidel that was giving it.
I don't know.
Okay.
I know that there was like the plastics plastics producers was at the meeting, but asking questions, not presenting it. If that gives you anything at all. So yeah.
Regulations coming in June is what I've heard as well. And then perfect. Yeah. Hopefully it'll save our residents that monthly recycling fee off their bill. So that'll be good. Yeah.
Yeah. And the one thing that they had, which was up in the air, was that so the items that are not being covered were no longer picked up by the city. They'd be picked up by the responsible organization, or the PROS as they called it. So how we actually handle our garbage could be different. They did have it where there were options where the city could contract the PROS to do it on the city's behalf type of thing. But that whole thing, there could be massive changes in how our garbage is being managed or taken away from our home coming up in the next couple of years. So just depending on how they wrote this out. This could be complicated or simple, but go either way.
It's complicated. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. That's it.
Awesome. That's good news. All right. The Emergency Management Advisory Committee hasn't met. Councillor Killick, how about the Environment Advisory Committee?
Yes, the environment team. So we had our first in-person meeting post COVID. So that was great on May 26th. We reviewed the proposed changes to the water conservation bylaw, which are all good news. We did our mandated bylaw review with the team. We also did our mandatory committee roles and responsibilities review with the team as required through our bylaws. And then as a business item, we also looked at the environmental grant process, which is historically undersubscribed. And we had a very full discussion on how we can have ideas to promote that better in our community, because it is a great grant process that is available. And it's a kind of a shame that it's not fully utilized, and it currently historically has been undersubscribed. So we talked about better ways to get the word out that this money was there available. And we also set our agenda for the 23rd, which is a bus tour to go to the Lacombe Park Community Garden, take a tour of the Legacy Stormwater management facility and a tour of the Designate transit facility under kind of green solar activities and electric buses, et cetera, et cetera. So had some very good resident engagement on a number of items.
Thank you for that. Next, I have Homeland Housing. Anything going on there, Councillor Jolly?
Yeah, we're moving into our new head office this week, which is exciting. I'm missing our regular board meeting this week, which actually ends up being more work for me, kind of getting the person who's chairing the meeting up and running and making sure everything's in place. So that's happening. Also, with the unexpected lifting of all the COVID regulations in our facilities, it was it was quite challenging to respond to that because we'd hired extra staff. So dealing with kind of the contracts for those temp staff and with no notice was quite challenging. And then it's just kind of regular updates. Homeland's doing well. And then we'll meet again after this week in September.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Bermansky, I believe there was an intercity forum on social policy meeting in the last month. Was there not?
There was. It was an all-day meeting, and it was quite an interesting, discussion, I guess, because I mean, there's so many problems within society right now. So there's a lot of sad stories, but then there was a lot of amazing fixes. So we had, like we were talked about, the suicide, the housing, the drug addictions, but there's so many groups now. There's a Thumbs Up Society, and that's a parent of a man who committed suicide, started up a society. Airdrie has amazing mental health addictions and programs going on for that. Beaumont has clothing at their food bank. There's just a whole, I guess, a plethora of people that are wanting to help now, and a lot of good ideas that are coming together. So the plus of sharing with all the other communities is it's giving more and more communities a means and a way to help within their own community. So it was a great day of information for this event. And then I attended through the Safe Society here, and it's related to this in St. Albert here, the elder abuse tea. So it was notable to learn that we help upwards of 100 seniors per year that are in an abuse situation. So I mean that the numbers are pretty high for that, and that's people that are actually getting help. That's not including all the ones that don't find their way to help. So it's good that all these groups are coming forward to lead people to where they can find that safe, help for themselves mentally, physically, or emotionally, whatever. And I'm excited. There's so many groups, and I'm hopefully we'll be working on some of these great ideas in the future as well. So
it's a good committee. Council, I'm going to push pause button on civic updates because it's 3 o'clock and we have a time specific public hearing. So if we flip over to that part of our agenda package, which is page 23 of 182. So I will open the public hearing for bylaw 16, 2022. Looking as per our usual procedure. If anyone wants to declare any conflict or pecuniary interest, speak now. Seeing none, I'm going to go over the process. Obviously, we all are very familiar with it. We have, I think, Mr. Schultz, are you going to be doing the presentation? Okay. We'll get a presentation from our staff. I'll allow as many questions as need be to staff, and then we'll go to we have one member of the public register to speak and the proponent, and we'll open it up to anyone else who is here. And then, of course, questions to the public and the proponent, and then we'll go back to staff, go back and forth until everybody's completely satisfied that they have everything they need to make a decision. And then we'll close the public hearing. So I'll go to you, Mr. Schultz.
Okay, good afternoon. Everything showing okay there?
Yeah, we can see it perfectly.
Excellent. Okay, well, good afternoon. My name is Eric Schultz. I'm here from Planning and Development to present one bylaw for the Braeside neighborhood, as well as a related development permit. I'll be doing a presentation, but I have Kathleen and Colin here from Development to answer any questions that come up related to the development permit afterwards. Oops. There we go. Braeside is a mature residential neighborhood located in the center of St. Albert, just east of St. Albert Trail. This application is proposing to operate a boutique health clinic on a single residential parcel located at 38 Sturgeon Road, shown on the right map there. The applicant, Dr. Samuel, currently operates Revive Whole Body Health, located on Belrose Drive here in St. Albert. Dr. Samuel wants to open a community-centered clinic that will provide multidisciplinary rehabilitative health and wellness boutique experience in a home-like setting. There will be no major changes to the existing house, only cosmetic improvements to the landscaping and exterior. The clinic will provide mostly chiropractic, physiotherapy, acupuncture, and registered massage therapy services. It will be open 6 days a week. 3 of those days they will have evening hours until 7 p.m. and 3 of those days they will close in early afternoon. There will be a maximum of 5 clients at any one time, but depending on the time of day, there could be as few as 2. The site can accommodate 5 client parking spots in the rear, accessible via the back alley, and 1 mobility parking spot available in the front by appointment only. This aerial map shows the site in context of the whole neighborhood. You can see St. Albert Trail running on the right side of the map there. For this proposal to go forward, there are 2 actions required. First, the lot must be redistricted to direct control. And second, a development permit must be issued to allow a health clinic to operate on the site. Before applying, the applicant was required to host a public open house. This was done virtually on November 23rd, 2021. Notice of the meeting was mailed out to all residents within 100 meters of the property. 6 residents attended the presentation and afterwards, during the question period, raised concerns about traffic, parking, and how this change will impact the neighborhood. The applicant consulted the land use bylaw and determined that there was enough parking available in the rear yard. As well, the proponent also conducted a survey of their current clinic location and determined that only 70% of the people drive. So 30% of their clients will not be driving and thus will not need even as much parking as they originally thought they would need. Dr. Samuel distributed an introduction letter to nearby residents, encouraging them to provide written comments. She also went door to door introducing herself to neighbors. She received 2 letters of support and verbal support from 4 other nearby neighbors. These letters were not included with the council package due to an oversight, but Dr. Samuel has brought copies with her today, I believe. Dr. Samuel retained a consulting firm, WSP, to assist with these applications. On December 17th, 2021, WSP submitted a redistricting and a development permit application. These applications were circulated to internal and external stakeholders, as well as residents within 100 meters. The redistricting application requires an amendment to the land use bylaw Schedule A. Schedule A graphically identifies each parcel of land in the city and its current land use. When there's a change to a district in Schedule A redistricting occurs. Bylaw 16/2022 proposes to redistrict the single residential lot located at 38 Sturgeon Road to direct control, DC. The lot is currently districted as low-density residential R1. Direct control is a special district that lets council exercise control over the use and development of land or buildings. Council determines their permitted uses on the land and may impose standards and/or conditions to regulate that use. A development permit is also required for this application and will ensure that the regulations of the land use bylaw are followed. Any conditions that council imposes will be added to this development permit. The conditions for this permit were drafted taking into account the regulations of the land use bylaw and comments received from the public. The first condition specifies that the only use allowed is health service, as defined by the land use bylaw and shown here. Other conditions for the site include that any new or change in use requires a new development permit. The hours of operation are defined in the permit. The permit specifies that 5 parking spaces are required and that the parking area must be hard surfaced and that the front driveway can only be used for barrier client-free access by appointment. It can't be used by day-to-day clients for any other use. 4 letters were received from residents and their concerns are listed here along with responses from the city. Parking and traffic were the 2 issues raised the most. The transportation department determined that Sturgeon Road can easily accommodate the increase in traffic as it is rated for 20,000 vehicles per day and it is only currently around 5,500 per day based on 2021 traffic counts. The transportation those did recommend that we close the driveway on fronting onto Sturgeon Road to only be used for mobility traffic so that we minimize the number of vehicles that are trying to go in and out of Sturgeon Road on the front. In addition to the letter the city sent to nearby residents, documentation for this project was made available using the city's Cultivate the Conversation platform. There were 80 visits to this page and 18 of those visitors downloaded documents such as the presentation or the resident circulation letter and map. 4 visitors posted questions which staff publicly answered on the Cultivate page. These questions included what services will be provided, which are health services as defined by the land use bylaw. Will letters from the residents be given to council? A summary was provided to council and the letters with personal information redacted were also attached. And why this location? The applicant responded that they want to bring their services closer where people live and possibly reduce the reliance on vehicles. When evaluating this application, the Municipal Government Act says that a direct control district is subject to all applicable statutory plans. As the Braeside neighborhood does not have an area structure plan, the city's municipal development plan, Flourish, will provide guidance for this application. Flourish shows a site is designated as neighborhood, which means it is a predominantly residential area, but can also include schools, parks, local shops, and services. Flourish also contains policies that support a health service operation in a residential setting, such as business attraction and innovation and family services. One policy in Flourish, 13.2 intensification, shows the area around 38 Sturgeon Road as having a medium to high priority for future growth. In conclusion, the proposed redistricting is supported by the municipal development plan and conforms with the land use bylaw. Therefore, administration recommends that the redistricting bylaw be approved and the subsequent development permit then be approved as well. And that's everything. Thank you.
Mr. Schultz, can you quickly go back to slide 18? You said there was 4 questions from the public. You skipped over the last one real quick and I didn't read it.
Sorry, basically somebody asked, what's to stop anybody from opening a business in a residential location? And I basically outlined that the municipal development plan has policies that encourage development and infill development and intensification in mature neighborhoods. The city's land use bylaw permits redistricting a residential parcel for a different use. So if a property owner believes a business would be viable, they can apply and planning will have to address the application. And then council will then make a decision based upon the application's merits, taking into consideration they receive from the public.
Awesome. Thank you for that. You were talking so fast. I couldn't read that fast.
Sorry, I tend to do that.
I do have some members of council with questions, starting with Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I appreciate the presentation and the extra information that was provided. You did say that the Dr. Samuel had available 2 letters of support, and again, and how many other letters of support?
Yeah.
I believe it was 4, but I believe she is attending, so you could get her to confirm that.
Yeah, I'm just so you went through that pretty fast too. So you received some letters of support, but we did not receive them.
Right. So the city circulated and asked people to respond to us, and we got some letters which I put in there. Other people responded and gave their letters directly to Dr. Samuel and WSP, and they didn't get to us in time, didn't get to me in time to be included, and then they just sort of got basically did not get included with your package. So she has the letters, but I didn't include the supporting ones that came through her, not directly to me.
Okay. Feel like that might be important.
Yeah, well, it'll probably be important, but I guess we can ask Dr. Samuel later when it's her turn to present, if she chooses to present. Can you advise Mr. Schultz? I mean, is this the same designation we did when we did the St. Albert Community Midwives when they moved into a residence?
Essentially, yes. They went to a direct control and they had a development permit that outlined the conditions of running it in that location as well. So this is just a slightly different business, but the same process.
And you might not have this information on hand, but maybe another member of administration does. Have we received any complaints, or are there any concerns that administration has had with this facility?
The midwife one, you mean?
I'm referring to the midwives.
I haven't heard anything, but I might not be the best person to act. I'm not sure if anyone else on the call has any information.
Through the mayor to Councillor Mackay, I can answer that, and we have not received any complaints on that particular business.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Awesome. Councillor Bermansky.
Okay, I'm not sure who will be answering my questions. I hope that the information's available here, but the revived location that's on Belrose Drive now, will that facility be closed when this one's opened? And why a second location if not?
I believe the intent is to close the current location because Dr. Samuel wants to, have it in more of a residential setting, more neighborhood-like setting. So it'll just be one location, just moving to this one from the old one.
Okay, and could I get a description of boutique health clinic? Like, are you selling items there, or what's the boutique part of the health clinic?
I think as opposed to say maybe more of a institutional kind of clinic, this is going to be set in more of a home-like setting. So it's really the boutique experience more of going to a small fancier house versus a sort of a larger impersonal clinic.
Okay, and it's mentioned that there's 5 client stalls and 2 staff. So that's 7 parking spots. I don't know anyone who has 7 parking stalls at their house. So if you could describe how exactly those are.
So the garage in the rear is will be used for staff. So they have 2 spots inside. And then there's the driveway in front of the garage, which can hold 2 more cars. And behind the driveway behind the garage. And then next to the garage is a parking pad that is large enough to accommodate 3 vehicles. And that will be paved.
So how would people like juggle their cars when, one moves in there and then 2 park behind them? Like, it doesn't really make sense to me that would work efficiently.
The staff parking, I don't think is an issue because they're, will be there for the day. So I think at least 4 of the stalls are probably accessible for in and out. So maybe in certain cases, they might have a 5th car where somebody, showing up might have to wait for the other person to leave. But I think, again, Dr. Braun Dr. Samuel would be able to answer that. But I believe the clients would be coming and leaving at the same time. So at most you'd be waiting for the person who's right there to pull out while you're just waiting to pull out, as opposed to like having to get somebody out of a session to move their car.
So you could be that person in the alley waiting for someone to back out 2 stalls up is what could happen.
Possibly. I would expect that they would probably have a bit of time for when the people leave before the next people arrive. But again, I'm not sure how they run their business. So again, Dr. Samuel might be able to tell you more of the comings and goings.
Okay, and then the one-way traffic, is that related to the alley? Because it made it sound like it wasn't easy to maneuver out of the alley there. And I know there's a lot of school buses because there's 3 schools in that area. So a lot of students walking and a lot of school buses. So I was concerned about, danger to foot traffic as well.
Mm-hmm. The Sturgeon Road comes in the front of that, and the building then curves up to the north. And there's a service road that is one way when you're coming eastbound on Sturgeon that is in front of the houses. So that's the one-way part. But if people go into that, they're off of Sturgeon Road now. So it's just a service road.
Okay, and then it said that there would be people not using cars. Are they assuming that those people would just be walking, or is there handy buses that would be dropping people?
It really was any form of active transit. It could be busing, walking, being dropped off, taking transit. They didn't break down the numbers.
So it could be like handicap buses that have to stop there as well?
Possibly.
Okay. And then in the Flourish document, it says enhancing the neighborhood. So I just wanted a description of how this is enhancing the neighborhood, like visually.
There's really no change to the house in terms of it'll still be a house, so it's going to fit in. It's not like they're putting in a clinic looking building. And on top of that, because they're going to be renovating the exterior and upgrading the landscaping, it will have a more fresh, up-to-date experience. Aside from that, there should be no real change to the neighborhood.
Okay, other than the larger amount of parking then?
Yes, which is mostly going to be in the back.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. I've got Councillor Broadhead and then Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So introducing commercial use into residential neighborhoods, what sort of policy structure do you have in place to sort of adjudicate what you will or will not advance to council, or do you just assume that everything is a go and you advance it to council to adjudicate what is allowed and what is not allowed in a residential area?
I think, as I sort of said in that one response that Mayor Herron asked about, if it looks like it fits with the municipal development policies and the land use bylaw, council really has no, administration has no excuse to not process it. So unless it's something that is completely at odds with, like, I don't think we'd allow industrial into a residential neighborhood. But so we don't have any particular policies. That might be something we look at going down the road as more of these type applications start to come in, as we try to intensify the city more. But right now, I don't think we have any particular guidelines for what will or will not go forward.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The city is going to put together some infill guidelines. Is that correct?
I can answer that question. Yes, we are in the process. That is one of the projects that we have on our department business plan, is to look at the infill guidelines. Just to expand on Eric's past statement, administration, if there's an application that is submitted, administration must process that application. And so we can provide advice and we can provide recommendations to council regarding the application, but we are obliged under the MGA to submit an application for council's consideration.
So we've sort of opened the bottle. The genie is out of the bottle now. We've allowed it once, and now we'll allow it twice. How do you define what sort of, nail salon, hair salon, those sorts of things could come? Like, where do you draw the line? I mean, in the public open house, they said, well, we wouldn't allow a Dairy Queen there. Why not?
So I think this is where the recommendation comes into play. This is a decision, a direct control district is a decision of council. It's not a decision of administration. So this is where we discuss this with council. Within the MDP, because there is no area structure plan for this area or an area redevelopment plan to provide us detailed input to the street perhaps on this, is the definition as Eric has provided it, and it's to provide local service. So something like a Dairy Queen, I would suggest, is more of a regional or city-wide amenity. These are amenities that are supposed to support the local neighborhood. We would anticipate through this recommendation that the customer base would be generated through the neighborhood. And that is, I guess, the question for yourselves when you're making the decision, is how much do you feel that this is going to be of a local service, or how much of it is going to be a service for the whole city? And I noticed Kathleen is also on here to answer, and she can provide a little bit more detail at the development component.
And that's exactly what I was thinking about through you, Madam Mayor. We do currently allow home occupations, and we do have restrictions in terms of what is or isn't applicable. So we use that as the closest comparator when we're looking at a brand new application for infill business like this. And it, even in this definition, denies permits to automotive service, automotive specialty, automotive wrecker, dry cleaner. So the administration is already under direction to look at these applications in terms of their impact to the existing neighborhood. We also do require the applicant to do a neighborhood consultation, going door to door and advising neighbors what their intent is. And should negative feedback come back, we would certainly present that to council. If in the report, we found that the feedback was to definitely not support this. And if administration found that it was too detrimental, we would not support the DP application as part of the presentation to council. You would be advised that we found that to be too much to accept in a new, occupational type use of the property.
So can you define then home-based business? I always thought it was that it was a home occupied residence and they did business out of their home. And we have lots of those in St.
Yes.
Albert, but this is strictly a commercial use now. So we've
Yes.
sort of crossed the line now into a residential R1 neighborhood, and we're allowing commercial uses. Is that correct?
Again, through you, Madam Mayor, the intent of Flourish is to intensify these neighborhoods and provide additional opportunities for businesses to grow. That was our direction when we reviewed the application.
Yeah, well, I read that, and I think you quote 6.1 or something like that. Let me just get it here. Yeah, 6.1.8, facilitate home-based businesses that complement the neighborhood and build form. So this is clearly not a home-based business, though. This is a commercial enterprise. I mean, let's not call it what it isn't, because that's what it is. And I still have the same sort of concerns around parking. 5 in the back of a 1,300 square foot home. The pad at the back that's going to be paved in is, what are they paving the entire backyard into parking lot?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're also neglecting the fact that there are 15 public parking stalls directly across from this property. So people would maybe circle through the alley and find that there is no parking, and then, oh, look, there's all this public parking directly across. Traffic is at a level that it's safe to cross. They could cross at the corners. So we're neglecting, I think, in the discussion of the 5, that there are 15 public stalls not belonging to residents directly available to the business.
Yeah, they were
Which is-
intended to serve the neighborhood, the private residents of the neighborhood. Are you going to allow the business now to say reserve 5 of those or 7 of those for?
No.
So what if you get a request to do so?
Again, that is not part of the information that Dr. Samuel and her team have presented to the neighborhood. So again, it would come back to us for approval in terms of, do you think we should do this? And we'd again look to that information we received from the neighborhood, that this needs to stay as described by Dr. Samuel.
Okay. So sort of my last question. In the public hearing, the question was raised about, well, what happens if they move on? And I think Mr. Schultz, you made the comment, well, revert back to R1. What's the process for that to happen now that council will make a bylaw that is designating this direct control, that it automatically reverts back to R1? I don't understand that process. Perhaps we can have that explained to us.
So I'm going to look to Eric and to Kathleen for the details within the district, but if it is redistricted to DC, it is a direct control and it will follow the development permit as approved by council and through the development department. So in order for it to go back to an R1, it would have to be redistricted. Sometimes within the direct controls, we provide provisions to enable other uses like R1 or single detached residential use. I'm not sure if that's contained within this exact development permit. So I'll just look for some confirmation on that with my colleagues.
The development permit is for the health service use as defined in the bylaw. So therefore, if Dr. Samuel's group decides to sell, another health service could come in. We would be looking at the impact of that, the difference between the new one, and say what the public has been informed of by Dr. Samuel's group. If it is a more intensity than the neighborhood was made aware of in the first round, we would certainly be looking at that in terms of the impact to the district. We may not support a much more intense operation. So we would be, again, looking at, do we support it? Do we not? If we don't, they would have the right to appeal it to the appeal board. So there will be some checks and balances before we would allow another new or more intense health service use come in. Even though the land is districted then to have that use approved, we still would be cognizant of, the impact to residential, because we are at the starting point of allowing these into residential neighborhoods.
Well, it would be interesting to understand that process, how to deny that once it's DC, to have that actually happen. But in any case, I find this difficult to enter into a sort of another business going into R1 simply because there's parking out front, and the fact that it's close to the downtown core. Anyway, I don't want to make my debate yet, but I'm wondering if we're premature to do these things. I recognize that your hands are tied in order to have to bring it here, but you're also recommending that we approve this, and I don't take that lightly.
No.
You make a recommendation. I tend to want to support administration and their recommendations, but in advance of completing our infill policy and guidelines to manage these sorts of ongoing requests, because what we're going to have here is that it wouldn't surprise me that we might as well call Sturgeon Road the next commercial corridor for home-based businesses, because you're close to downtown. People can park there, cross the street, walk through, and the owners don't have to pay commercial rates. They can just buy the house and allow that to occur. So,
Councillor Broadhead, just
Madam Mayor, I will
keep you on
just
question
stop
for now.
there now. And yeah.
Yeah, if you have more questions, I'll come back to you. Councillor Hughes?
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I don't like to do this, but I feel the need to jump in here. The public hearing is still on. There have been a couple of registered speakers. Indeed, the applicant has not been heard from yet.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a little concerned that some of the questioning is almost, well, let me just put it this way. You have to keep an open mind. All councillors have to keep an open mind until you've heard from everyone. So I'm just a little word of caution in making your questioning to administration. Please bear that in mind.
Just for information right now.
Okay.
No opinion. All right. Appreciate that. Councillor Hughes, then Councillor Killick, then Councillor Jolly.
Okay, I'm going to keep my questions just to admin, and then we'll worry about the next phase when we get to it. So when I looked at the limitations about direct control, are we putting in anything specific about how many businesses or how many professionals can be working at any one time? I understand that the current level is saying 3 to 5, but is there anything in the DC that says this shall not exceed X number of staff or X number of professions or anything like that? Are we putting those limitations in?
I'm just double checking the permit here.
No problem. I didn't see it, and so that's why I would just.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is a condition on here. The following shall be subject to separate development permit application. And C says any change of use or a change in the intensity of the approved use. And that would be based on what we were presented with by WSP and Dr. Samuel in terms of the volume of activity at this location.
Okay. The second, and so does it explicitly state, however, anywhere, because I know it's your understanding that Kathleen, at some point you're going to stop working for the city and and then they'll be like, Kathleen, 5 years ago, do you remember what you agreed to or what you saw? So is there anything in writing specific to what the intensity is as an understanding today?
Just what is presented in the AR.
Okay. I suggest that should be specific. The other thing is the 15 public stalls. Have we done any type of study, or has the proponent done any type of study about how many of the stalls are being used at any one time?
We haven't done there's been no study specific for this application, but when I talked to transportation, they, based upon their traffic counts, the road is, not very busy compared to what its maximum is. And we've all, development, transportation, and planning have all gone by at numerous, various times during the day, and the space is usually empty.
All 15 are empty?
Yes. Like, I've been there 3 times. I haven't seen anything.
Okay, I have seen people park there. So
I'm sure that does, but yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea of just availability of those parking spaces. And then, so we have a requirement for 5 parking stalls. I'm assuming that the fence behind the alleyway will be taken out so that there will be 5 openings. Okay.
Yes, that's what we have been informed.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but we're also intending to have up to 5 clients at a time. So we only have parking for 2 staff. So, and we're going to have up to 5 staff at a time. So we're expecting to use alternate parking for a minimum of 3 people at any one time.
Dr. Samuel indicated that some of her staff will be, coming via other means. Either they live in a neighborhood and they can walk. Again, she might be able to answer more specifically what her intent is that, but what she told us is they will not be needing all, spots for all 5 people. On top of that, they also don't have, 5 people there all day, only in certain peak hours, perhaps.
Okay, but they're going to be boxed in by clients. So
possibly, yes.
Okay.
But they might leave it at lunch hour or something.
Okay. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Killick.
Yes, just a question to administration. When the on the map that shows Flourish with the blue dot for intensification, what was actually envisioned? I can see that it makes sense if that blue dot was kind of more towards the downtown area, but there is no land that isn't already developed for residential, where that blue dot goes to the east of St. Albert Trail. So what uses were envisioned to under intensification?
Well, this is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, so this is going to the mature neighborhoods infill study. What we looked at when we were looking at the intensification area is along St. Albert Trail, because over the intent is eventually to have rapid transit going up and down St. Albert Trail. And if you look at some of our further documents, you'll start to see that there are some transit centers that are located within these areas as well for the rapid transit. So these areas are deemed to be walkable or easily walkable to future possibly LRT stations or bus rapid transit stations in the interim. And based upon that, we would expect and would want to and are encouraging intensification in this area. We haven't gone into exact uses. We haven't gone into exact development form either at this stage. That is for a later date and possibly for other forms of plans, whether it's a concept plan, an area redevelopment plan. Those are the 2 tools we generally would use, and we would get a little bit more detail. But until we have those plans, we have to use Flourish to help guide us. And that's what we're using right now. So in general, that area is within the 800 meters to a future LRT station. And so this is one of the steps. I guess the question could be is how intense actually is this business? And this is something as council you're going to be debating. A standard house generates over 10 vehicle trips per day. So this will have a higher vehicle per day use to it. But is it enough, as Eric has indicated? Will that cause capacity issues? And then again, will there be some opportunities into the future for alternate forms of public transportation? So these are all the things that we're thinking of. Again, Flourish is a big high-level document. It's trying to give us some guidelines. But generally, we feel that this location is within that intensification area.
And through you, Madam Mayor, I also would like to point out that if you look at a single house like this one, let's just say it's 1,500 square feet, because it is relatively small. If we converted that to metric, the requirements for a health service in any other location would be 1 per 45 square meters. They will only require 3 stalls. So that would be all that administration would require for a functioning, full functioning health service clinic. So looking at the clients that are being described and the hours of operation, the 5 in our estimation exceeds what would have been required for a full commercial application.
We're all good.
So you could operate a health clinic of that size with only 3 parking spots, but you wouldn't have any room for staff. I'm curious as to how.
Well, again, that would be based on the clients, not the staff. So yes, staff would have to be accommodated, but a lot of times they are asked to park elsewhere and the clients are actually brought to the site, to their site on their own or by drop off, taxi, whatever. So the
Yeah,
staff
that-
sometimes in a tight squeeze will be asked to park elsewhere.
Okay, I appreciate that. That just kind of opens up other questions, but
But I think it also speaks to, you know, the
yeah,
level of parking
just,
required.
back to the Flourish point, it seems, as Christina said, Flourish is a high level document. Seems that we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves without the infill strategy, but I do have questions after I hear from the proponent. So that's all I had for administration. Thank you.
I do have Councillor Jolly up next.
Thank you. And if I should leave this until the proponent speaks, please let me know. I'm wondering if we can have those letters scanned and emailed to council, if we could have a quick break to read them. So I guess that's to the mayor and to staff.
So, Mr. Schultz, do you have in your possession any of the letters that we're missing?
I know I have one for sure. I could probably get it emailed out. I can see if I can get that one real quick and get them to you real quick.
Okay, then we'll need to make sure this is somehow in the public realm. Like, how do we do
Yeah.
that?
That's the problem, if I may. We had those letters earlier this morning. I was asked, can I give them to council? And I said no. And the reason I said no is because I realized council would love to see them. The problem is, this is a statutory tribunal you're acting as. The public has a right to see them too. And there just isn't time. If they come to our attention, like literally 2 hours before a council meeting, we can get them to you, no problem.
Right.
How do we get them to the public?
Okay, thank you. I'll withdraw that request.
I could read them. I could just read them out loud. Would that not work? I feel like it's in my.
It's. I'd have to think about that. You're attempting to do indirectly something that would cause potentially some problems if you did it directly. So.
Okay, so in my mayor's public hearing cheat notes that I think you made for me, if there are any written submissions that have been received after the agenda was published and therefore not included in the agenda package, they have been or will be provided to council in hard copy to members of the public. If you wish to obtain a copy of any late arriving written submissions, Ledge Services has made or will make several copies available for inspection in the public gallery. That's.
Yeah, those notes preceded the hybrid type of meeting we have now. That's the problem. People who are not in the public gallery, but who may be watching, we didn't have that before. We have now. So that's the concern. We'll have to obviously revise that, but I will say this, if the applicant has copies, the applicant could certainly read them out.
Okay.
That's perfectly legitimate.
And she just indicated she does. So we're
That would
probably
be,
will ask that.
that's a workaround. Yes.
Okay, that's a workaround. Councillor Jolly, because I agree. If council's not ready to make a decision today because they haven't got all the information, which this would be, then we would have to wait till that is made public. So All right, we'll get to that hurdle in a sec. So I see no more members of council asking questions. So next in our procedures is to go to the proponent. I have two registered speakers on the proponent side. I have Mr. Chuck McNutt, who is on the Zoom link, and I have Dr. Bronwyn Samuel in chambers here. So Dr. Samuel, did you want to present first, or did you want Mr. McNutt to speak first? Does it matter? All right, why don't I bring you up to the mic now? Thank you for joining us. I'm sure we're going to have lots of questions. So hopefully you've been told that you have 10 minutes to present to council.
I was told 5.
You are the applicant, so you get 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that include Chuck McNutt's presentation or?
No, there's two
Just
separate
mine.
registered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Madam Heron, Mayor Heron, and council members. My name is Dr. Bronwyn Samuel, and I am the proponent for the application, and I am also the owner and director of Revive Whole Body Health. And I'd like to thank you all very much for your time and consideration this afternoon, and now the opportunity to clarify any questions. I have had the pleasure and the honor of living in our community for over 25 years. And I have had the distinct pleasure of serving our community as a healthcare professional for over 15 years. And I would like to take this opportunity to share with you how grateful I am to live in a community that supports small business in the way that it does and the way that it has. I received and mailed these 2 letters a couple of months ago. I'm not sure why they are not in your possession. Would this be a good time to present the letters or read them in writing?
Why don't you get through your
Okay.
comments, and then I'm sure a member of council will ask you that question, and then the 10-minute time limit doesn't apply.
Okay, well, I'm really excited for the evolution of my service and the opportunities that I can offer our patients, and by our patients, I mean the patients at Revive, and the continued service that we've offered the residents of St. Albert. Revive has Revive Whole Body Health has been my pride and my passion for 15 years. As a multidisciplinary clinic, we offer very high quality, very evidence-based and individualized care to patients. And we do this for the young and the aging. And I'm proud to say we serve residents of St. Albert of all stages of life. And we are unique in the sense that we're a very low volume clinic. We accept patients by appointment and referral only. And we work very closely with MDs and specialists and other allied healthcare professionals. And you've already had the opportunity to hear the different services that we do offer. Chiropractic, physiotherapy, registered massage therapy, and acupuncture services. All of us at Revive pride ourselves tremendously in the long-term relationships that we have built with our patients and their families, and the high level of care that we have always served and are offered and continue to plan to offer. And the vision for the evolution of Revive is to continue to offer this continued high quality of care in a community health centered setting, pardon me. And this why is supported by the 2 letters I have with me. But I'm going to just go speak to one of them in particular. Maybe all of you have seen the sign on the lawn. So I've had really some wonderful opportunities to speak with residents as they've walked by, and some have called the clinic asking me questions about what the sign means. What does it mean for the neighborhood? What does it mean for St. Albert? What does it mean as neighbors? And so I've really appreciated the time to be able to speak to this. But one day in particular, I had the opportunity to speak with an older resident who was walking by with her son. And they were concerned, honestly, like, what does this mean? Does it mean you're going to tear this down? Are you going to build something new? What are you doing? Why are you offering this? And I have no intention of tearing down the house. I love it the way that it is. It actually fits with the vision of offering definitely more of a personalized, safe setting for our patients. And what she expressed to me, and then I received a letter from her son afterwards, was how excited they were about having something so centralized. She's aging, she's having more difficulty driving and getting to places, and the idea of being able to walk to her appointment and know that there was care around the corner for her really delighted her. And I think after that interaction, I was so buoyed and so eager as it spoke to the snapshot of the why behind this application. I love this community, and I love the idea of bringing the care that Revive offers in the community that Revive has already built more into the community. And by doing this, increasing safe, accessible, and community-centered care in a more personalized setting. I would like to speak to one thing off notes. Boutique really doesn't mean that we're selling stuff or fancy stuff. It speaks to really more of the individualized care and the time that we take with each patient interaction. Like I said, we are not a high volume clinic, but thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. This evolution as a clinic will continue to be served by my passion and my pride for the space. I am extremely eager to contribute to the neighborhood via beautification of the space and landscaping. And one of our driving goals as a clinic is to be the best neighbors that we can be for all of the residents. I have really enjoyed the conversations and the support that has been shown. And as I said earlier, these explorations with residents have really reinforced my why and the continued commitment to serving St. Albert. And I thank you for your time again, and I'm really happy to answer any questions you may have, or I can go straight to the letters.
We'll get to the letters. Thank you for that. Those moments kind of creep up on you unexpectedly when you get choked up. Happens to me all the time. So I appreciate that and totally understand. Councillor Mackay is the first one to the clicker thing to ask questions. So go ahead, Councillor Mackay. And then I'll get to you, Councillor Bermansky, next.
Clicker things.
Clicker things.
Dr.
Button,
Sam.
whatever.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel, for coming in person and presenting and answering questions that obviously you know that many of us have. One question right off the top before I will ask for those letters or you to read those letters. But do you plan on living in the home at all, or is this just strictly for business or your business?
I live in the home right now, but should council approve this, I will not be living in the house.
So the intent then is to renovate the entire interior into more of a medical office space?
A clinic-based setting, yes. Yeah.
And lots of questions both in the background material that was presented and in some of the questions that you've been posed before in relation to your patient load and the types of patients. Do you anticipate having all of the clinic rooms, the visitation rooms being used at one time? You said you're low volume. Can you explain what low volume means versus maybe like a walk-in clinic?
Right. I'd love to. The practitioners that work in the clinic right now see between 1 and 2 people an hour. So that's vastly different than most clinics that operate like ours. And then to address the second question, I think you asked how many, will all the rooms be utilized at the same time, and they won't be. Given the different disciplines, there'll be different equipment in each room. All of the practitioners work staggered and part-time hours as is. And my intention is to keep it that way. In fact, should we be successful in this application, we'll actually be downsizing even more than where we are now. I can't speak to the specifics of that because it hasn't been planned out, but that is in specifics, but that is the goal.
So explain your business model. So try and explain to me why you don't want to operate in your current location or in another commercial setting. Like what's your business model that wants you to move into clearly a residential community?
Yeah, I think one of the primary reasons is to be more central in a community. I've certainly learned a lot about people and their comfort levels over the years, but certainly COVID has highlighted that even further in terms of choosing comfort of like definitely a smaller scale setting over a larger scale setting. It certainly isn't for everybody, but for those that it is a preferred way of being treated and a preferred location of being preferred way of being received. And it certainly fits with our model of care, just because of how individualized treatment plans are. There's no one size fits all. So we really end up taking way more time with each patient.
So in your business model that you anticipate moving into this centralized location, have you done any modeling as to your patient load at specific times of the day, or are you going to be basically at the beck and call of the patient when they want to come? Or what are you using to model out? Like, would it be possible to have all 5 parking spaces utilized, as well as potentially other clients, so you would have, and staff, so you would have how many in the home at the max? Or are you aware of that, and have you built your model for that?
Yeah, well, based on the plan and the projections, it would be between between 1 and 5 patients per hour. But 5 is at the extreme end. It's averaging out more like 3. And in terms of the number of staff, that also depends. It's usually there's only one between 2 and 3 staff at one time. So, and to address the parking, I really realized that wasn't, there will be the opportunity for 5 accessible parking stalls across the back of the house because of how that lot was developed for RV parking. It is not paved now, but it will be.
Yeah, I drove by it
Okay.
earlier. Yeah, I drove by it earlier, and I drove by the front, and actually when I was there for everybody's, there were 2 other vehicles parked in the 15 stalls in the front, and the back alley. I could clearly see the RV, or what now it explains to me what clearly is RV parking. So I can see what you mean by that and the availability. So at what time of day do you see most of your clients?
During regular business hours.
And those are?
So between 7:30 and some day, well, it says 3 days a week, we'll go till 7. Those are lower volume appointment times as well. And that's to serve people who are working. And then on Saturdays, we operate from 8:30 or 8 till 12:30. And there's usually only 2 practitioners on during those times. And did I answer your question? Peak business hours, like I said, are between 7:30 and 3:30.
Mr. LaFleur, I'm going to look at you. Can I ask the proponent to read those letters open?
Yes.
So I've got legal advice that I can ask you to read 2 letters that you have. Can you please read those letters?
I may, can I just grab my water?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have water there?
Okay, the first letter is, I am writing St. Albert City Council and Mayor. I am writing this letter of support for the proposed rezoning to allow for a multidisciplinary health, rehabilitative and wellness clinic to operate in the Sturgeon neighborhood. By allowing the rezoning from R1 to DC1 for health service use, our community will benefit from the close accessibility of these vital services. St. Albert is a growing community with a diverse population with health needs that span a wide spectrum. The addition of a multidisciplinary clinic that caters to individual needs based on comprehensive individualized assessments and treatment plans will contribute to the community's overall well-being. With only a few other wellness clinics within St. Albert offering holistic health services, this quiet, low-key clinic will fill a growing need within our community. Because the team of professional practitioners are committed to healthy outcomes and take the time required to thoroughly assess and provide personalized treatment plans, the volume of patients will be quite low. This would have a minimal impact on surrounding neighbors. Low patient volume and longer appointment times result in reduced traffic flow and minimal parking concerns. With the clinic's close proximity to St. Albert Trail and the nearby public transit routes, parking issues may further be reduced. By allowing this rezoning of the planned site, this will enable our community access to professional services that are highly sought after, located in a central and easily accessible location. Because of the quiet and low-key professional quality of services offered, the impact on the surrounding neighborhood will be minimal. The clinic's continued commitment to local business and community will ensure our city's continued vitality, health, and wellness. Sincerely, Dallas Golson, who is a public health nurse and a St. Albert resident. Second letter, to whom it concerns. I was recently walking with my mother along Sturgeon Road and saw that there is a notice of rezoning there. We were fortunate enough that Dr. Samuel was there and were able to have a conversation with her regarding the proposed development. As a result, I wanted to take the time to express my support for the change. I have an aging mother who lives in Braeside, and it is changes like this that will make her life much more enjoyable and afford her the opportunity to live in the community longer. As she ages, she is becoming concerned with how much longer she is going to be able to drive. Changes like this will dramatically increase the walkability of older neighborhoods while providing more access to services. By allowing health services like chiropractors, physiotherapists, and massage therapy to move into neighborhoods, you are going to provide her with a much better quality of life. I know that as council, you will generally hear many negative thoughts. So I wanted to take the time to let you know that I think this is an excellent opportunity to improve our neighborhoods. If you wish to have a follow-up conversation, please feel free to contact me either by phone or by email. Thank you, Vincent Shank.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you
Any
very
more-
much for reading
Any
those.
more questions?
Your immediate neighbors, have you had any concerns from your immediate neighbors?
None that have been expressed to me directly.
Okay, I think it was Councillor Bermansky, then Councillor Broadhead, then Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Samuel, for your presentation. I have a few questions. Why that neighborhood of all the neighborhoods in St. Albert?
That's a good question. I really love the house and I love the proximity to the trail system. I thought it would be an easily accessible route, given its proximity to the trail. And by trail, pardon, I mean St. Albert Trail, but also the trail system. And it has just a very lovely, welcoming feel. The house has been very well maintained. The yard is beautiful. And it's a smaller home as well. And that's supported the vision of keeping the clinic small and more personal and intimate in its clinic setting.
Okay, and with your calculations on your patients, it looked like it'd be about 30 to 40 per day. So that would obviously not be all people from the neighborhood. It would be still be people traveling from other areas. Is that correct?
Depending on the day, it may, well, some days it actually would be less than that, but some days, yes. And then in terms of from where our patients come from now, they come from the Sturgeon, Braeside area, but they also do come from other neighborhoods in the city as well.
Okay, and the current business space that you're in now, is that already going to be dedicated to something else? Has that been decided yet, or have you given notice in that space?
Right, that space will no longer be operational.
Okay, and do you have a business plan for a time that you'd like to have your business in the neighborhood?
My plan is to retire there.
Retire them, okay. And the parking that they mentioned that's across the street, like that's dedicated for people using the park. So would that be, you know, would you be keeping an eye on that your clients aren't taking up that space so that there's nothing left for people using the park or the trails area?
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to address that. Really, when I started this process, every part of the process, I've really tried to keep in mind how to be the best neighbor we can be. And one of the things I have been concerned about is, are we encroaching on access to other parking for residents, for people in the area? I've been at the house daily since last June, and I've been living there since December. And the maximum number of vehicles that I have seen on a consistently, now I'm sure there's a handful of times there's been more than this, but it's been between 4 and 5 vehicles. And that's the maximum number. There was one time I saw, I think 9, but really I've been watching it very closely as well. And making notes on a weekly basis out of that question and that concern that may be addressed.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Samuel, for coming here. I recognize that it's daunting sometimes to come here, and you're truly obviously passionate about the service that you provide to our community. So congratulations on that, and thank you for doing that. It's interesting because what you're trying to do is a little bit different in our community, and hence the struggle that perhaps you may be having. I don't know. And that perhaps I have to keep my open mind about, but I'll try to do that. You talked about being a boutique operation. So is there something about being located in a quiet sort of residential neighborhood that actually adds value to the service that you're providing? Would you characterize it like that, or is there a reason why?
It's a very good question. I'm rethinking the term boutique because I can see it might be a bit confusing. Boutique really was a word we chose to try and highlight that this is not, this isn't us, it's very individualized, personalized care. But we're not a spa. We don't sell products for spa purposes. I mean, we do sell rehabilitative products for our patients, but certainly a more individualized, or I call it like a home or intimate like setting, is a very different healthcare experience than going to, let's say, I think it was Eric who said a mall. Not that there's anything wrong with that at all. It is just a different healthcare experience. And it certainly fits in more with the way that I can speak for myself, but also the other practitioners that have chosen to work out of Revive also practice. Our appointment times are anywhere from double to triple what a standard appointment time is. And again, not that the other way doesn't have a place, it certainly does, but it's the way that works best for us and how we practice our form of medicine.
Fair enough. I appreciate your passion for your work, and I wish you all the best, irrespective of how this comes out today.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
All right, I think I'm going to Councillor Hughes next.
Thank you. I know this is intimidating to come and talk to council at the best of times. So a couple questions about how is your business, I'm going to find your, oh, there you are on my screen now. How is your business changing from where you are now to where when you move to the house, let's say you move to the house, how would the business be changing? Is it going to basically be the same level of intensity and then just simply changing locations, or is the location or the intensity also planning to change?
Right now, the plan is that the intensity and the volume will also change. In terms of the type of care and the quality of care, that will remain the same.
Okay, so you're planning to have the sessions take longer? And that's
For
why,
some of us, yeah, for some of us, the sessions will be longer. And for some of us, we'll be reducing our hours of operation.
okay.
So there
Why,
just won't.
why would you want to reduce the hours of operation?
That's practitioner or practice specific, or so some of the practitioners who are choosing to or would like to join and move over are reducing their number of hours for personal reasons. And my goal, as I sort of have already shared, isn't to add in terms of the busyness, but rather respect kind of the model of care that we're trying to deliver.
So you have how many? You have one of each, like one chiropractor, one massage, one physio, one acupuncturist, or how many staff in total, like physical bodies, do you have on staff that will be providing services?
We have 5 practitioners.
So you have one of each, or do you have 2 chiro, or how is the split?
I have 2 chiropractors and 2 physiotherapists, 1 massage therapist, and 1 acupuncturist.
Okay, and everybody's part-time?
Yes.
And how is part-time? Because part-time could be 5 hours, but it could be 32. So
good question. Between 12 and 20 hours a week.
And so most chiropractors see, it just depends on the chiropractor, but it's not unusual for chiropractors to see at least 4 an hour, some see 6 to 8 an hour. And so you're suggesting that you're only going to be seeing 2 an hour?
Myself and the other chiropractors see between 2 and 3 people an hour, no more than that.
And would they be providing services at the same time, at any time?
Yes, 1 shift a week.
Okay.
Where we overlap by a couple of hours.
Okay. So for 2 times a week, you'll be seeing at least 4 to 6 clients an hour at that time.
For about an hour and a half. And that would be between more like 4 and 5 patients an hour.
4 to 5 an hour. And then the massage, if the person's working only 1 day a week, or typically massage work more than 1 day a week?
Yeah, they work between 4 and 5 days a week for between 5 and 6 hours at a time. And they see, in that 5-hour period, they see 4 people.
Okay. Yeah, so on average, like about just over an hour. And then the acupuncturist works how often?
That's the same.
The same?
Yeah.
So we have the chiropractic, the massage, and the acupuncturist both working 4 to 5 times a week with 1 person every hour and a quarter or so. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the physiotherapist, they can see more than, I've only dealt with larger clinics, so I'm not sure how many that person can deal with, but typically can often help more than 1 person at a time. So how does that one work out?
Well, one of our physiotherapists spends either 30 or 45 minutes with each patient, with a break scheduled, I don't know, every 2 hours. And then the other physiotherapist sees between 2 and 3 people an hour. So she spends between 20 and 30 minutes with each patient. Depending on the nature of the appointment, I understand the details matter. It can be up to 45 minutes to an hour for a reassessment or an initial assessment.
And she's only seeing 1 person an hour, is that correct? Like 1 person per visit? Because sometimes they can see more
That's
than
right.
1 person
Oh,
at a time.
yeah, 1 person per visit.
Okay, and so that's what's currently being offered, and your intention is to decrease it from these numbers or to maintain the numbers you just gave me?
Well, we will not be increasing. For some of the practitioners, we'll be maintaining, and for some, we will be decreasing.
Okay. And so at the Belrose location, how many parking spaces do you have access to?
Well, it's public parking. We don't have any designated parking.
How much, I guess, give me a bit of a, I'm trying to remember like where you are versus where everything else is. So, how many in general public parking spaces are there and how many businesses? Can we give some kind of a picture here of how much we're?
That might be a question for our staff, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, I can wait that off. If they know that, that'd be awesome. So heads up, Eric, there you go. You're looking for something to do right now. So more than happy to do it now. I'm just trying to, the first letter that was mentioned, do you know where that person resides? If they live near the location or the first letter of support?
Yeah. She does live near the location.
Okay, so she lives in Braeside as well?
Don't know if she lives in Braeside or she lives,
And you know what, that's private information. When we get these things, all the names and addresses are redacted, so we wouldn't know that. So don't worry about it. No.
Okay, I'm just trying to, I'm not asking for an address. I'm just trying to figure out if the proximity of the support. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it at that. If there's other questions, and I may have a couple more, but I'm just going to try to focus my
come
brain.
back. Sure. I'm actually thinking I've got Councillor Killick up next, and then we have, of course, Chuck McNutt, and we have one registered speaker, and then maybe more. I'm not quite sure. So, and we've been at this for we haven't got out of our seats in over 2 hours. So why don't we go to Councillor Killick's questions, and then we'll take a 10-minute quick break.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today to present. I know Revive has built up a very loyal client base over the years. And my question is that most of those, you're in the Botanica area right now. My expectation would be that with that loyal client base, they would move with you to this new location. You give a very high level of care. So they're going to be driving now or using some form of transportation to get from your clinic where it is now to the proposed new location. Is that correct?
I hope so. Anytime you move a practice or a business, I mean, there's no guarantee about how many will follow. In terms of we've been tracking quite consistently week by week how many people are choosing to drive or walk. I think that was answered. About 30% choose other forms other than driving. And I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't anticipate that to change very much in terms of hopefully more walk traffic, given that we are more centralized and we are more in the accessible, like we're so close to the trails. But I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, no, that's just trying to get a sense again. It goes around the parking and the traffic.
Yes.
And obviously, like I said, you built up a very loyal client base over the years, and they're going to want to move with you and your practitioner. So it seems to me that there will be kind of that. I'm trying to just understand from your perspective around the traffic and parking. Not like you're going to attract a whole bunch of new customers by going to that location. I imagine that there'll be transportation requirements for the people that transition with you.
Yeah, and my hope is that by being in that neighborhood, we would be able to attract more local residents who would want to walk.
Yeah. So my follow on then is there a specific attraction to be in that location versus in our downtown core that we're trying to revitalize and renting a more traditional space again that would only be a short walk away? It's kind of, still within that transportation corridor. Just
right.
Trying to understand why picking a house versus a commercial space in the pure downtown core.
Yeah, it's a very fair and a very good question. I'm not sure my answer is I have always envisioned having the ability to work out of a home-like setting and not like, you know, where you feel like you're coming into my kitchen necessarily to have a treatment, but a very personalized setting that's different than going to a clinic, even though it still will be a clinic. And that is really, that's the impetus behind the desire to start this process, as it was really satisfying this vision and hearing what people have gone through, in particular in the last few years, and, you know, concerns around safety and crowds. And I mean, the psyche of people has definitely changed. And I just feel like this is just something very unique and different that we could offer our patients.
Thank you.
All right, so it's 4:18. Why don't we take a break till 4:30 and then we'll get to Mr. McNutt, because I see no more questions. And then we'll go to the public and hopefully finish up the public hearing and make a decision. So 4:30, back in our chairs. Okay, thanks. All right. Do we have I see Counselor Romansky, Jolly, is Counselor Hughes with us? Good. All right, we're all back. All right, so where in the process are we? Counselor Killick, your questions were all asked. You're done? Okay. All right. Why is my name in the current speakers list? I just speak when I want to. I'm going to go to the next registered speaker, which is Mr. McNutt. I see him sitting there. So Mr. McNutt, are you here just to answer questions or did you have a presentation?
Thank you, Worship members of council. Normally, I would just respond to questions, but there seems to be quite a bit of issues going on here. So I can maybe make some comments in relation to the questions, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Clean a few things up and we can go from there.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So yeah, name is Chuck McNutt, Senior Planner with WSP Canada. I am the applicant, obviously here in support of the application. I was involved in the midwives rezoning a year or so ago. So I have a lot of knowledge on that one. That was very similar characterization of what's going on here. And that was the midwives, really, they were in a shopping center as well. Their areas, you know, their clients, they wanted to have more home-like settings, same type of thing as Dr. Burnham's been expressing to you. And that it really made a lot of sense for them, for their clientele and their type of operation to take it away from the shopping center and move it into a neighborhood. And so we went through that whole process. We went through the public consultation and council supported that one and moved it. And I would say that this one is a very, very similar approach to that one, in that it's a small personalized service. As Dr. Brennan said, is, you know, one-on-one patients. They have people coming and going independently in a small localized area. They're not going to make changes to the building. Really, once it's done, you barely notice that it's there. I know there's been lots of talk on parking, really, as well as the small size. If you were to take this and put it into a commercial setting, based on the land use bylaw, this site has almost twice as many stalls as is actually required on the land use bylaw, and certainly enough to accommodate it. And it's in such a unique location that it has these 16 stalls that are sitting right outside its door that most sites don't have. So even though it can accommodate all the sites on site that it needs to, in addition to the staff, it's also got this overflow parking that's sitting there waiting that's barely been used. So it's a really good opportunity for them. It's really unique situation for this particular location. You know, we really think that it meets a lot of the policies and principles that are going on right now with the new MVP. Eric talked a little bit about it originally, about this notion of the business attraction and retention, you know, trying to get these home-based businesses into complement these neighborhoods. And I know it's not specifically a home-based business, but it's got a lot of the same characteristics. I know of, you know, a few hair salons that are in business, that in a home-based business, that do exactly the same thing. They'll take a one-on-one client, they'll have them for an hour or so, send them away, have another one, maybe have 2 or 3 stylists in their area, right, or in their dwelling. So very, very similar characteristics again. Again, another policy that's going on with the MVP is this notion of social and family services and trying to facilitate easy and equitable access. And that's what this is as well does. Talks a little bit about the intensification, strategic intensification into established areas. A little bit intensity here, not going crazy, just having, you know, a little bit of intensification in selected areas. And I think this meets that policy as well. And then really sensitively integrating this redevelopment into the area, which is exactly what they're doing. So really, I think overall, they're not going to do any building renovations, no increased height. The use is very, very low key, and certainly what Dr. Brown or Dr. Samuel wants to do is to make this home-like setting to really address the needs of her specialized clients. And I think that's why this suits better maybe than your other applications. If you're thinking of the average commercial application that maybe is just as suited in the shopping center with a large field of parking and, you know, it takes advantage of going from one store to the next store to the next. those types of uses certainly would not be appropriate in this neighborhood. But this localized personal service shop that has these one-on-one clients, I think that's where the line is a little bit different here, and that's where we're trying to focus towards. That's what we've been working towards, and that's where I think this one fits a little bit better. So I really do think it's an excellent opportunity for the small business innovation, and I think that's really all I can offer. And I'd be happy to answer some questions if council has some questions.
Sure, I'll open it up to my council members for questions. I'm seeing none. I think most of the questions were probably directed at Dr.
So,
Sanford.
yeah. I think so.
But thank you for that. All right, now we do have some members of the public wanting to speak. So the first up is Shirley Dean, and Shirley was here before, and I thank you for waiting. So Shirley, I'll get you to come to the mic. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your patience. I know you were here before. We asked you to present on today, so I appreciate you coming back. So,
Okay.
yeah, so you have 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, you can start.
Oh, okay. I live next door to number 38.
Okay.
I don't want a commercial business in this residential area. I think a lot of mistruths we have been saying about the parking. I've been in that house now for the last 12 years. And that parking lot is used a lot at times, and maybe people have gone by it when it hasn't been used, but it is being used because we don't have any curb parking along the other side where there's 2 condos and up the street where we live. So if we're having guests over, that's the only place they have to park. So, and then I also want to say, in the winter time, they probably will be losing some of their parking stalls behind the garage because our alleys are not cleaned. And last winter, it was horrible. And if I was to be a customer that came to that place, I wouldn't go back there because it was hard for us to get through, and we live there. And that's pretty well all I have to say, I guess. That's enough.
No, that's good information.
Oh, yeah, and I forgot to say that I have been talking to some of the residents around the area. They don't want a commercial business there. They would have taken a home business where somebody brought in one person to do something with them and let them leave, not turning the whole thing into a clinic.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Are you okay if council asks you any questions? I actually don't see any members of council with any questions. We're good. I think Councillor McKay might have a question.
Hi, thanks, Miss. I appreciate you coming back multiple times. You're getting used to processes here. I appreciate that very much. When you said do you live directly next door or just up the street?
Directly next door.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
I just
my
wanted.
parents had built that house next door, and we are, I have moved into that house.
Okay.
So it's directly next door. And I want that it was bad enough that there's condos were pushed on us that we now need a commercial business there.
Okay.
No, we don't. And with all the traffic that is on that road, no.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I had that clarified.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
All
you
right.
very much for coming.
Okay.
Councillor McKay has been driving down the area, so he knows it well. I see.
I use that area quite a bit for going to my home.
I have, then, council, it wasn't at the time that the agenda package was printed, but we do have a Daniel Newsom that is requested to speak, and I think Danielle is online. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you, members of council. I'm so relieved that that got through. If I can just start by saying there's potentially a number of people that would have wanted to participate. The most recent mailed out information did have an incorrect time deadline for registering to voice or to speak here. And if I can even take that back to the very beginning, the very first notice, and I can start too by saying, I'm the next door neighbor to the lady that just spoke. So I am 2 houses away. The very first notice that we received, it only provided information to give back to Mr. McNutt. It also included the neighborhood properties consultation form, but the bottom of that form was not included. So it was only going back to the business and Mr. McNutt, not to council. So I had to do a lot of digging to find out how to get the information to everyone and participate today. I do really appreciate all the questions that council had, because I really reiterate that alley is not designed to safely handle two-way traffic coming and going all day long. It is not cleared for snow. We have garbage day. There's a ton of blind spots of vehicles needing to back out to get to and from work. The busy hours of this clinic are going to align when those residents need to be coming and going from their houses to get to work if they're commuting. There's also no mention in the presentation of the people that were opposed. I know I have put in previously sent in December of 2021, the first initial one. I'm sure I'm not the only one that opposed at that time. I also agree with council when they said there's a precedent in the neighborhood that could be changed here versus our downtown that really needs the revitalization. Overall, this is just not a safe location. Our public spots out front do fill up quickly. There are the apartments across the street. And now if over half are going to be used, the other thing that needs to be considered is as vehicles back out of those public stalls, they are stopping traffic coming up Sturgeon Road on that one way. And I do foresee traffic delays coming as there would now be very consistent use of that parking area. I also really have questions about the fact that there's no business model yet. I worry about the numbers being presented either of vehicle traffic, number of practitioners. I did hear during the presentation that there's no actual business model. So what if things change down the road? What if when this doctor goes to retire, she sells her practice and the new chiropractor coming in wants to go back to a much larger model of seeing patients? And the fact that there was no concerns kind of from immediate neighbors, again, just going back to my point, was actually, I have found this very difficult to find ways to participate. So sorry for rattling on quickly. I wasn't sure if there was a time limit.
No, you're fine. We actually have a couple more minutes if you want to keep going.
Okay, so another piece too that was mentioned as part of not knowing the business model was just that practitioners could change over time. Right now you have practitioners that say they want to reduce their caseloads. If our economy gets worse, maybe everyone's going to be wanting to sort of change that again and start seeing more. And the other thing too, coming down Sturgeon Road towards downtown, vehicles are going to have to start turning left to circle back around, almost do a U-turn to get to that parking in front. And I really foresee problems with that occurring as well. I think that was all my points.
Okay, good. No, it's all good. I am going to, when we're done the public presentation, before we close the public hearing, I'm going to go to our ledge officers to talk about whether the communication to residents was incorrect or not, and how it was advertised in the Gazette. We'll make sure that is ironed out, because we need to make sure that we're conducting these public hearings to the letter, so we're not challenged after. So I will investigate that, but I'm going to open it up now to my council members. Are any of you questions for Mrs. Newsom? Seeing no hands up, we do have one more registered speaker, and it's Mr. Brian Hubbard. Is Brian with us? There we go. Hi, Brian.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully the process wasn't as hard as it might have been, or that I'm hearing it might have been. So you have 5 minutes to speak. You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm also a neighbor that lives very, very close. I'm not going to add a whole lot more. I think Danielle covered a great deal of the same concerns that I have. One thing that was, I don't know if it was mentioned, was the foot traffic in that back alley. Because we are close to those walking paths, there's actually a lot of foot traffic in that alley. Early mornings, later afternoons, kids coming, going to school. and also the foot traffic, people walking their dogs and whatever. I work out in my backyard quite often, and I see, several people every hour walking back and forth with dogs, and it is a tight alley that is not cleaned up that well in the wintertime, especially springtime when the thaw starts and you get the foot deep ruts and things like that. It's going to be a big challenge. So I think just, I share some of those same concerns. I think, we're hearing letters of people in support. I know there was certainly at least one letter opposed, which wasn't read out loud today. So I just hope that both sides are getting an equal voice here, and the decision is, well thought through and made correctly. Those are just sort of my comments, right? Again, like I say, I echo Danielle's comments. The business model, we talk about, maybe 2 or 3 patients, but does that become 3, 4, 5 patients? And what is the review process later? I know that if this is approved, it's approved based on a submitted business plan, but how is that reviewed 6 months, 12 months, 24 months down the road to go, are they still sticking to that plan, right? Does 40 to 50 patients a day turn into 60, 70, 80, right? So my concern is that this business could grow as opposed to shrink. With the amount of commercial space in town, I don't see the need to have this type of a practice in my neighborhood, honestly.
All right, thank you. So did you say that you're aware of a letter in opposition that is not in council's possession?
I believe it is in your possession. It just hasn't been written, hasn't been read out loud today.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the agenda package that we have has been made public, so it is publicly available. So,
good, great.
Perfect. Okay, any questions for Mr. Hubbard from members of council? I'm seeing no hands up. No, you can't ask questions of your neighbor. So I'm sorry, I can't, I have to go with process, and you had your 5 minutes. You had opportunity to ask questions. It always happens that things come up.
They can walk down the alley and find me. I'm happy to speak to anybody.
All right.
Far away.
Wise council, the things might have been mentioned during the public presentations, our 3 presenters, that might have sparked questions of our administration or the proponent. So I will allow you to put up your hands again, and we'll go back to staff and the proponent just for further questions. Just let me know who we're directing it to. Councillor Mackay, you can go first.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And I guess it goes to some of the questions that I think Mrs. Newsom had and Mr. Huber had. It was in relation to the business model. And I think when administration was presenting, and I apologize, I don't know the individual who may or may not have said this. So, I mean, if I think it was in reference to a question around what happens if Dr. Samuel retires, sells her practice, and it moves on to somebody else, or if there's a change. How does that process work from administration? I mean, so in order to get a development permit, my understanding is they have to submit a plan that is approved and before a permit is issued. But then if there's any modifications to that, that still has to come back to administration to review, or what's the process that you can provide clarity on?
So I guess I think that this is probably best answered by Kathleen, but I'm not sure if she's available right now. Generally, when a new business comes in, they'd apply for another development permit, and then we would review that permit against what was approved through this direct control. So as Eric has mentioned before, and within the agenda report and some of the information that we do have, we know how many visits that they're anticipating. And if we start to notice that it's far in excess of that, it would breach the district. And so then they would actually have to either apply to redistrict or make an amendment to council on this actual direct control.
So, Ms. Peters, so before this is approved, would the applicant or have to bring forward like an actual business model and then agree to the conditions outlined in the permit?
I see Kathleen is available, and maybe between Eric and Kathleen, they can talk about the specifics of this application.
Through you, Madam Mayor, one of the things I'd like council to look at is page 1 of 7 of their AR. And under development permit application, section 2 speaks to, we are requesting that any future development permits come to administration with council's approval. However, you can strike that from your decision and have everybody come back to council should there be a change at all in the process. So if council's confident that administration can deal with it the way we've described that we would, in terms of having neighborhood consultations done and assessing the impact of a future development permit. If not, then removing number 2 from the AR and from your approval would result in anyone else coming right back to council. But that delays the process, of course, having to wait to get on the agenda. However, if that's something that would make council feel more positive towards the approval, then that's something that's open to you.
Yeah, thanks, Kathleen. I was just looking at the development permit conditions and so, but it doesn't say specifically limits the, I mean, you've got the appointment operation hours and some of the other specifics in relation to it, but it doesn't like cap the number of visitations. I mean, I don't know whether that would be something we would even be able to do, right? Correct? I can tell by your head shaking that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The hours we would ask that they come and change them with us through by way of a permit. If council wanted to cap visits, you could, but again, it's up to like her staff load and how she manages her business, whether there's going to be 2 operators in there and then they only have 6 clients that day, or so that's something we really have no teeth or information to pinpoint.
No, logistically, I can understand the challenges. I'm just trying to address some of the concerns from that were presented in some of the submissions. So I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all my.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question around process, if you don't mind, Madam. Sure. So to administration, so can you just give the next steps? Both if this gets passed today and if this gets denied this today in relation to the applicant. If it's a go ahead, if it passes today, what happens if it doesn't go ahead today? Like, are they forever banned from coming back to apply again, or how does that play out?
They would not be able to apply for another 6 months. They could then come and reapply after that.
Okay. Now, how onerous is that to reapply?
Well, it would cost, they'd have to pay the fees again, which are not insignificant. And they would probably have to produce new reports and possibly maybe do some, additional studies or something. So it kind of depends on why it was denied and what council might be looking for on a new application. So and 6 months waiting to apply again, and then the application process could take another up to 6 months. So it basically be delaying by up to a year of Dr. Bronwyn, moving to this location and starting the business there.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Did you want to ask about if it passes? You wanted process? You wanted process if it passes? If do passes, yeah.
If it passes, the redistricting occurs, with your signature on the bylaw and the development permit. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but basically, I think once it's passed, then Dr. Bronwyn is free to, proceed with, taking his business where she wants it to become in this place. There's no other steps from the city that we have to go through, I believe.
So if they get approval today, it's just a process of finishing off the program, but it's a go ahead.
I believe so. Is there anything, Kathleen, that they have to do besides for the permit?
Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess there's also the options, we could do the redistricting to DC, but the development permit application piece, we could maybe delay if we weren't happy with some of the conditions in the development permit.
You certainly have the right to change those conditions. You can certainly add.
And we don't have to do
take
that
away.
today.
I'm not sure about that, Mr. Lafleur.
My question is, if we wanted to add or adjust or remove things from the development permit that's in front of us, which is just a draft, we don't have to do that today through the public hearing process. The public hearing just is for the redistricting.
We can't hear.
We can't hear Mr. Lafleur.
Sorry about that. Yes, through the chair, you can do the public hearing process is separate from the development permit.
Right.
And so if you wanted to wordsmith or tweak the development permit, there's no reason to do it today if you want to take some time and craft it later.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, is that all you had, Councillor Broadhead? All right, Councillor Killick and then Councillor Bermansky.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of questions that come to mind based on information that was brought forward by the residents. If you're traveling on Sturgeon Road, east to west, you're right on the curve. There's a crosswalk right there. And the mention was somebody would be turning left, I guess, to go up to those parking spots. Can administration advise me, is that a solid yellow line on the curve at Sturgeon Road? Like you wouldn't actually, it would be illegal to stop and try and do a left-hand turn there.
That is correct based upon my Google Maps.
Okay. And then the other one is that just as I've driven on the road and past that angle parking, but I never realized until it was brought to my attention from the residents that is it correct? There's no parking in front of those residents because that's a one-way.
There's no parking on Sturgeon Road, but the service road you can park in front of the houses, I think.
No,
Let me double check.
No, Dean, I think you should answer this.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I'll jump in. Just thank you, Councillor Killick. There is no parking directly adjacent because it would block the one way. It's a narrower lane, like a road product. And so there's angled parking on the north side of that roadway and directly in front of the homes to maintain a vehicle lane. There is no parking allowed.
Okay, thank you for those clarifications.
All right, Councillor Bermansky, you're up next.
I just had one through the mayor, just a question about Mr. McNutt. I'm not sure, I don't fully understand why the information was sent to him and why he works with these groups. Can that be clarified for me? Like he said he was involved with the other approval for the midwife thing.
So I might get this wrong and staff can interject or sorry, you can, Mr. McNutt as well, but proponents such as Dr. Samuels might not be very experienced with the process of the city. And so they generally hire a consultant to kind of hold their hand to go through this. And they, Mr. McNutt's firm would do some of the public engagement on behalf of the applicant and send out notices, et cetera. Am I getting this right, Christina?
You are, yes. This is a pretty standard practice for a person who's looking at developing to hire a development specialist like Mr.
Yes,
McNutt.
I'm very familiar with Mr. McNutt over the next 4 years.
Thank you.
Does that help?
It does help. I just found it odd that, they'd have a consultant because when I see a home-based business, I normally see like a person starting out or doesn't have the means, or working within their home till they are business, but this sort of seems backwards. So it's businesses hiring a consultant to get a different space. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and to take them through the planning and development process, because the average person doesn't understand how to go through a redistricting application. So Mr. McNutt uses them to go through and speak to the city administration. As administration, we don't handhold people through applications. That's not our job. Our job is to evaluate and review the applications.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
And I'd just like to clarify that this is not like we keep hearing people use the term home-based business. Home-based business is when people are living there and running a business on the side, essentially. This is basically going to be turning this house into a commercial property, and it'll then be taxed at a non-residential rate. So this is even though it's going to look like a house, it's actually going to be a business, which is a lot more complex, and which is why people would also hire a consultant.
So, well, sorry, one more question. Do you have a bunch of other businesses, Mr. McNutt, lined up that you'll be advocating, following?
That's point of order. That's not applicable.
Irrelevant?
That's not applicable.
I'm
not
also
aware of that, so thank you.
a question, I guess too, and maybe I think I understand the answer, but just for clarity, home-based business, the owner would have to live in the home, correct? And but this still would not even qualify as a home-based business because there would be staff coming in
Correct.
daily. Right. Okay. Brings me back to 11 Mill Drive days. That's how I remember that stuff.
And perhaps there was a question, I think, too, from either Ms. Bernansky about why the answers only came back to Mr. McNutt in the first public hearing or public presentation. It's because they are the ones that are responsible for getting out there and performing or organizing that first exposure to the public. So of course, everything would be routed back to them, and then their onus is on them to give it to us to review.
Yeah.
And that's done pre-application, actually. So the city hasn't actually even seen the application at that point.
Right. The public's opportunity through our process is today at the public hearing. Great.
Yes.
All right.
Mayor, sorry, could I ask one more question?
Sure. Yeah.
Just who put the sign on the notice of rezoning sign? Who placed that sign there?
The applicant would have had to hire a sign company and put a sign up to meet the city standards for providing that information.
But it is a city requirement that you put up a sign regarding this application on the property.
Okay, thank you again.
Oh, good question. All right, I see no more council members' hands up. Councillor Hughes, you asked earlier about parking at the current location. Did you want to follow up with that?
If Mr. Schultz has information, that'd be awesome. If you don't, it's okay. But did you dig it up by chance?
Kathleen actually pulled up the parking map from that property. Would you like me to share it on the screen?
Sure.
Quickly here, share screen. Screen one, share.
The wrong screen you've got up there, Eric.
Oh, what are you sharing?
Nice little message between you and Christina.
Yeah.
Share.
Nope, same one.
Yep.
It's a good thing you didn't put anything incriminating in there, Christina.
I know.
Right.
I know. I was just thinking that, hey?
My apologies. I am having a technical difficulty here unsharing my screen.
Without the benefit of a map at this point. Oh, good.
Okay, you're the only one who can see it right now. Oh, close. We're getting close. Nope.
Is it?
Nope.
Nope.
Just have your home page.
All right. Further to that.
Just give me the Cliff's notes, Kathleen. I'll take them.
Yeah. It's a multi-tenant situation. There's 2 rows of buildings with multiple businesses in them, with directly in front of each of those buildings. The total in that one-way loop is about 40 from an aerial counting, 40 for all those businesses to use. And when would we approve a multi-tenant building, it's at 1 per 30 square meters for that entire space, both floors, and it can attract any business without having to count stalls. So they're not assigned. And by way of that initial permit, they've got everything they need for the site.
So, yeah, we're talking about Botanica area here, right?
Yes.
There's also parking behind, like to the left, like there's the Mercado and then there's also in front of Mercado and then behind Mercado. Are we including those stalls in the whole thing or just in front?
To answer your initial question was what would be available to her clients, I believe, on site, right in front of her business. Those ones would be the kind where you drive in, you have your appointment, you pull in staff, or if that's full, you can go behind between the last building and Botanica. So there are more available there.
So how many are in the overflow?
Oh gosh, I counted 60 in one row. So perhaps 100.
So like 140.
Yeah.
And then we still have also over by Mercado, which is probably another 20.
My guesstimate would be that 100 would include Mercado.
Okay, and then how many businesses are there?
Oh, that we'd have to get from
just
yeah.
just as an eyeball, and I'll just say this as an eyeball, and remembering these are various types of businesses with different traffic generation, right? Like including restaurants and shopping malls and stuff like that. It did appear that there were approximately about 20 plus Mercado on the main floors, and then there's the secondary businesses on top. So I would suggest if you're just going to go based upon what's available on the bottom up at the top, you're looking at somewhere in the order of 41 businesses for approximately what, Kathleen, 100 stalls.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know whenever I go there, there we go. I know whenever I go there, the ones right in front are really hard to get. Like I've rarely been able to park directly in front. You have to have a really good lucky rabbit's foot to get in there. So the question of whether or not that's also sufficient will be approved is another day of a debate. Yeah, just out of curiosity, when do we begin the process for this? Like when did all this begin? Was it like in January, or how much time has gone into this so far?
The first initial contact was in the, I believe, late summer of 2021. And that was just an initial inquiry to find out what would be required. We provided some information to Dr. Samuel. And one of the suggestions we had was, because it was a confusing process, was to hire a consultant such as Chuck. They had their we had a pre-application meeting with them, I believe in October. And then they had their open house in November and they applied in December.
Yeah.
It's on page of the original package when it came to us for first reading. It's on page 504, Councillor Hughes. It's all there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. There's a lot of pages, so I didn't memorize. So the proponent moved in December and also began the application process in December. Is what
correct?
Thank you.
All right. I have a quick question, maybe for staff, but I might go to the proponent. The conversation about snow clearing in the back alley in the winter. So is it not our standard to clear the back alleys at all in the city of St. Albert? Who can answer that? Jay, thank you.
So back alleys are, through the mayor, back alleys are considered residential. So they would have been on the residential clearing program. So they would not see the same residential services, the same snow services, what would happen on Sturgeon Road.
Okay, but yeah, I figured that. And maybe up to the proponent, if I may, if this is an issue, I don't know, probably you, Dr. Samuels, would you be providing clearing of the alley for your patients? Your clientele? Because it would really restrict parking if they couldn't access it.
Yeah, in addition to paving the back pad, I will be hiring a snow removal service from the crosswalk to the alley, or sorry, pardon me, the driveway that's been designated for accessibility use only. And snow removal would be happening from the garage to the end of my lot in the back, and then through the yard.
Right. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I think that's the only question. Yeah, I think that's the only, except for Mr. LaFleur, I need to ask the question because it's been raised a couple of times during this public hearing that some of the communication about how to register to speak was incorrect. So I don't know if Cheryl wants to answer that or David.
I'll handle that. It's my responsibility. The public notice did say that registration to speak, and it made no difference whether you want to do it by Zoom or in person, would be accepted right up to 3 o'clock when the public hearing started. That is not inconsistent with the bylaw. The bylaw does say that if you're holding an electronic meeting, you need to register by 3 o'clock PM the previous day. But the bylaw is silent on what you do if it's a hybrid meeting. We just haven't caught up with that. And as council members are aware of, new procedure bylaw is under development and will be coming forward soon, and we will deal with that point. In terms of anything else on the website, there is a section on the website that explains about public hearings, but all it does is say, you know, for details about how to register, refer to the public notice. So really what we did is we figured if it's ambiguous, we'll resolve the ambiguity in favor of more public participation, not less. So I'm confident that what we put in the public notice did not mislead anyone and gave everyone who wanted to speak the opportunity right up to the last possible minute to send their request by email to the specified hearings email address.
Okay, so the two that weren't in our package at publication.
We didn't hear from.
We received those around 3 o'clock today.
We received it at 2:47.
Okay, so perfect. So within, and I think it said that they could register up till 3.
Yeah, I think the process worked the way it was supposed to today.
And if a resident was to walk into chambers right now and wanted to speak, the public hearing's still open, I could take that.
The bylaw is not entirely clear whether they have to show up by 3 o'clock PM for a public hearing that starts by 3. It just says up to the day of the public hearing. So again, I would resolve that in favor of the resident. If someone walks in right now and wants to speak to this item, I would recommend they be allowed to do.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, okay. All right. Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
I'm just prepared to make the motion if you're ready for that.
Close the public hearing. Okay, go ahead. You can read into the record because I see no more hands up.
That the public hearing on bylaw 16/2022 be closed.
All right, any comments on that? You're good? Oh, sorry, I was not looking at the screen. I was looking over here. All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. Councillor Jolly, do you want to keep going?
Sure.
Okay.
That bylaw 16/2022 being amendment 211 to the land use bylaw be read a second time.
All right, any opening comments?
I'll reserve my comments for closing.
Okay. All right, Councillor Bermansky, any comments on second reading?
I do have comments on this. We heard from all the individuals today that, you know, it's helping clients have easier access, but it doesn't appear that the access of the clients in the neighborhood would outweigh the clients that are leaving an established business now. And I see, you know, in our plan, we have small business starts. We want to encourage small business and attraction of new business, but we're going against the plan in just moving a business, a successful business that's already located into a different location that might not exactly fit there. So I'm having a lot of trouble with this one, you know, showing that it's of value to the neighborhood to me. We've heard lots of wording about assisting clients, but we really haven't heard much benefit to the neighborhood. It's just my comments.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I always struggle with these sort of direct control applications to put a commercial enterprise into a residential neighborhood. One of the things that St. Albert is anticipating completing in the next 6 or so months is the infill guideline that should provide some sort of structure around how we would adjudicate applications like this. we sort of open the door, if you will, to this kind of work in our community by approving the midwife's application. And that one, as I recall, was very few clients, simply because, I mean, natural birth doesn't come at 50 at a time type thing. The idea is that they would handle each individual client as time went on. Now we have an incremental increase to now we're having 30, maybe 40, maybe 50, maybe 6, but maybe up to 50 per day. So you see where this is going. How do you put a stopper on that and give some sort of legislative framework so that people who live in R1 districts, who live in single family homes, they bought into that area and they understand that that is going to be the neighborhood in which they live. And oh, by the way, there won't be a direct control application to council for a business next door. And it's not a home-based business. Let's not confuse home-based with what's being asked for here. This is a commercial operation, irrespective of what the commercial operation is. And I honestly believe that the proponent is genuine in their attempt to bring value to our community. But what is being asked is that a commercial operation be plunked into a R1 neighborhood. And if anything in our community should be protected from these sorts of incursions by commercial operations, it should be our R1 districts. We've got many other districts where we have mixed use, all of those things where there is an anticipation of commercial and residential, but not in R1. R1 is intended to be single family dwelling. And so I have difficulty with what is being asked for here. And short of a legislative framework that will allow us to adjudicate how we are going to continue to respond to these sorts of requests, I have difficulty responding to one-offs like this, and this is what's happening. I'll leave it at that. You'll understand where I'm going to vote.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes and Councillor Killick.
Man, I gotta follow Councillor Broadhead. I must have lost that short stick there because you're so damn eloquent. So I agree with Councillor Broadhead. I was looking at trying to do these comparisons, and the challenge we have is every time we're doing one-offs, then it is the one-offs where you then start saying, well, why not me? Why not everybody? And when the midwives was approved, I had some serious hesitancies about that because of the Pandora's box that we were opening on a one-off. The reason I approved it was because there was so much neighborhood support for it. And so there wasn't a lot of concerns about that from anybody who lived nearby. And that's not the case this time. There certainly is a lot of neighborhood concerns about this. And I also look at the one-off of Mill Drive, which I realized was a previous council as well. All this is previous councils. But the Mill Drive example was far less intrusive. It had 3 staff, and I don't even think anybody, like if they had 1 client a day, it would have been phenomenal. And we said no to it, in part because we did not want to have commercial in a residential neighborhood, especially in the middle of a street. The discussion was perhaps in a corner, but not in the middle. And so that was part of the reason for that, and that was less intensive than what we're discussing. One of the other reasons that council was even considering the other one was because of the cost factor and the limitation for that business to generate enough income to be able to pay for higher rents. Whereas we know that other, in this other, I'm trying to think of other chiropractors, massage therapists, et cetera, are able to manage their businesses in a higher rent location. So those are, when I look at just the comparisons of like whether we should say yes or no, those are the concerns I have. But I echo the concerns that Councillor Broadhead has about if we're going to change this, we need to have strict guidelines as to what we're actually going to consider or not consider. if we're actually going to change what we're allowing in an R1 or neighborhood district. When people move in, they are expecting that if nothing else, that what will be next to them is residential. If they started residential, maybe it might be a duplex, maybe it might intensify to something larger than that, but they're expecting it to be residential and not to be completely converted into commercial. So it's not a home business, it's commercial, as we've heard. And so that's very much different than what people who bought into that neighborhood were expecting to see. So for those reasons, I'm going to listen to the debate, but I'm very hesitant to agree to move forward with this with as it stands right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Killick.
Thank you. In kind of concert to my previous council members' concern about doing this in advance of having our infill strategy, in particular, listening to the residents that are directly affected and have invested in those single family homes and made long-term commitments to their neighborhood, and also thinking of our strategic plan and saying, you know, business growth in the downtown core is something we want to really stand behind. I'm also having trouble with this proposal as it is right now.
All right, I'll go to you to close right away, Councillor Jolly, and I'm looking forward to hearing your comments, because I have a feeling I might know where you're going to go. I'm not sure, and I always respect it, but I got to tell you, I walked in here today thinking this was going to be easy and I was going to be in favor of it. But I do, as we're supposed to, remain open to the debate, and so my leanings are changing, and so I'm going to actually carefully listen to your closing arguments, Councillor Jolly, and then cast my vote. So I'll let you close from here.
Great, thank you.
Char?
So I guess I'll start with the fact that I love that land use planning best practices are really shifting to that walkable 15-minute neighborhoods. You know, I'm looking forward to having my next door neighbor convert to a production company, which my partner worked out of in Edmonton for many years. I'm looking forward to my neighbor having a chiropractic office and whatnot. And I really love that the principles within the MDP support this type of use. But like many of my council colleagues, I'm really hesitant to use the DC designation to allow this type of development really anywhere. I'm really looking forward to the proposed land use bylaw changes that will align with our MDP principles, so that these types of applications avoid direct debate by council and are really instead just embedded into our policies and land use designations. So, you know, for these reasons, and because of considerable available nearby commercial space, I'm not going to support the approval of today's application. But I do want to say to the proponent, I love your vision. I would welcome you as my next door neighbor. Your business is my next door neighbor. And I really hope that you'll participate in the engagement opportunities that are coming up that will influence changes to our land use bylaw and to our mature neighborhood strategies. Because I think perspectives like yours are really important as we kind of go into the future and create those sustainable neighborhoods. That's all I have. Sorry I couldn't be of help, Mayor.
I'm calling for the vote. Voting's closed. Okay, voting's closed. Oh, that motion fails unanimously. Interesting. So that's it. We're done. Great. So process-wise, for the proponent, you heard Councillor Broadhead ask the question, reapply in 6 months, but I honestly think what we're all looking for is our infill strategy. And as Councillor Jolly said, if you could please participate in how that goes, and when we have some framework to make these decisions, we might not need to use DC, because I personally hate the DC zoning, because we're not planners. Council is not planners, and we really shouldn't be put in the position to make these decisions and development permits, etc. So if nothing further on this, Mr. Hiltz, Mr. Fletcher, nothing further on this. Okay, then we're going to move on. All right, thank you all for attending. That was actually a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. Good debate, guys. So where did we leave off? We left off on council updates. I feel like we were at the internal audit committee, and I'm going to actually look to Councillor Hughes and Councillor Mackay to do you want to?
Yeah, Councillor Hughes, if you want, I can take this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and take it.
Yeah, primarily, I mean, we met for the first time, and we had presentations from administration, but the bottom line from all of us was really, I think that there was perhaps a missing step in the process of determining when audits should be held internally, and how those are chosen. So a takeaway that we gave administration, and Mr. Hiltz, you correct me if I go too far in this, is actually that administration would kind of come back with a matrix or a development of a matrix as to how do we go about determining what are viable internal audits, so that when the internal audit committee actually meets, we can actually then go through this matrix or utilize the matrix to best determine which internal audit that we can undertake and the time frame. So Councillor Hughes, anything I missed in that?
No, I think it's coming back for September. So
correct.
If you can say that, that's it.
Awesome. Okay, Councillor Mackay, we have your mic on. Police committee.
Yeah, policing committee. So they met May 31st. One of the items that was on there was not necessarily a presentation, but the introduction to the policing committee and more information around the RCMP national movement towards body worn cameras. They will be doing a pilot project in Northern Alberta, but I don't believe that it's going to involve any of our members. And it'll be more, although it'll be in K Division, it'll be more in the northern communities. A lot of the guidelines were discussed around just process, when they'll be used. Some of those things are yet to be actually determined. Certainly some challenges yet to be undertaken. And our next meeting will be next Tuesday night. And that's it.
Right. I have I'm going to go to Councillor Broadhead for a big update on the quasi judicial standing committee.
12 years that hasn't met, Madam Mayor.
12 years without a meeting, I know.
Can we meet once?
We should.
We should, just for fun. Next is the Recreation Cost Sharing Negotiating Committee. We have yet to meet with Sturgeon County, although I'm sure that's getting set up. Is it getting set up? Do you know?
Your worship, as I believe we'll have to have that discussion internally when we decide to move forward.
Okay. Seniors Advisory Committee, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, the seniors committee met. We just got quorum. And there wasn't anything that was pressing to bring back to council. Just a reminder to staff, though, that the seniors committee would like to provide more input on more topics. And sometimes it might just fall through the cracks of thinking that this is, somebody that they would like to poll for feedback, because they certainly are interested in providing more feedback to things as before they come to council, or just generally like that way. So that's it.
Okay. And am I hearing that there might be another vacancy on your committee?
Yes.
The lack of attendance?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get through that. The IAC has been postponed now to the fall. Councillor Killick, anything on the Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance?
No, and
Just had Leah here, so yeah.
and we just had Leah here. Yeah, thanks.
And finally, Councillor Jolly, Youth Advisory.
Yeah, we had a great meeting in person for the first time. So it was a hybrid meeting and everyone was just delighted to physically be in the same room. So that was great. We heard a presentation from Active Communities. So the group afterwards asked really great questions about the development permit process, the public engagement process. So that was really interesting to see. So some of them might be yeah, the committee didn't have any particular recommendations on that, or none that were moved. Afterwards, I invited them for a tour of chambers. So Mayor Heron, they were absolutely delighted to get the opportunity to sit in your chair and, you know, use the mic and whatnot, so that they got some great pictures, and for our future councillors coming into chambers for the first time. So that was a highlight.
That's awesome. Cool. All right. That is our civic and external agencies updates. Next is IR's notice of motion announcements. Councillor Killick, I know you have a notice of motion. Read it into the record.
Thank you. So this was a recommendation from information requests that I issued earlier, and on advice from our acting CAO at the time, and it was suggested that this be made a formal notice of motion. So it had to do with my silt removal pilot, and I've just reworded it slightly. So the new wording is that administration prepares a report for the feasibility of one, doing a pilot project to do low impact removal of historical man-made sediment from the river at one high impact location. Two, that the location be focused on environmental versus aesthetic improvements to the health, rehabilitation, and renaturalization of the river. Three, that any possible alternative funding sources, such as grants, be identified. Four, that the regulatory approval process be quantified, and that the info be available for review by the EAC by Q4 2022.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Was there any other notices of motions that I missed? Any IRs? Okay. And is there any new ones, Council?
We had some just general questions for administration.
Yeah, I'll
but-
just make sure there's no official things. Okay, go ahead, Councilor. You had some that could be very public that I think staff is prepared to answer right now.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I sent them into administration in advance, so so as not to blindside anybody and give them a chance. Appreciate that administration here is to be able to answer those questions. So first question was, we've had a number of changes to our tree replacement policy, and I issued an IR on that. It was, which I appreciate the information. It showed a very aggressive schedule of tree replacement, almost going from a normal year of 200 to almost 300 trees in our residential areas. And we're also doing it rather than in a first come, first serve kind of basis. We're doing it on a neighborhood by neighborhood strategy, which I appreciate. I think that makes best economic sense and business sense. So my question really is, do we have the budget and capacity to actually physically do the work that has been laid out, and we're communicating to our residents that this is our new approach?
Your worship, and to Councillor Killick, I'll have Jay Mason, Director of Public Operations, address.
Through the chair, yes, we are prepared to complete that work based on what we present in the IR. I have Louise Stewart online as well. Louise, did you have anything to add to that?
Just trying to, there we go. Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Killick, the program that we're proposing this year is actually not a whole lot different than what we would do quite typically. It's just we're now focusing far more on residential than we are focusing on the parks or the boulevard. So we want to put the trees where the people are actually seeing them in front of their house. So those are the ones that are most crucial to people. So that's the only real change in our program, is what our focus is on. But yes, certainly from a budgetary perspective, we can handle what we're doing to catch up from our internal budgets now, and do not feel at this time that more monies would be requested.
Always good to hear there's no money needed. Just as a thought, and this again as a question, is this new neighborhood approach something that would be valuable to communicate on our city website, so that residents know what is coming, when sort of like our snow clearing is coming to this neighborhood on this day kind of thing, so that it could cut down on the number of inquiries that come into council, and that ultimately get it directed to your department to be answered on a one-off. Is there any value in that, do you think, Louise? Or
through the chair, I would actually prefer not, because then that ties us to a timeline versus a residential snow clear that we've met the threshold, we are going Monday, we know that in paper. Whereas in this case, we're saying we're coming this year, and there's too many factors that will determine when we come, which will be supply, it could be weather, it could be staffing, it could be equipment. So we'd prefer to leave it open that we're going to be there this year. We're going to get you the entire neighborhood. Just from a cost perspective, it just makes far more sense, but we're still going to get everywhere. That's the intention. If we start getting later into the year and we're struggling, then there may be different conversations where we get contractors to assist. But this is what we said we're going to do this planting season. This is what we intend to do. Those trees that get lost this year will be applied into future years. So our policy is, you're not going to get it this year. You'll get it next year, guaranteed. That's what our policy says. But if you've lost it previously, we're coming this year.
Okay, that's great. And residents love their trees, so I'm very happy to hear that we're going to catch up on that deficit from a couple of years past. So that's great news. Second question, if I can move on, then is around grass cutting, and we've had, as you're probably aware, tons of interest from our residents, and I use interest as a nice word, and my question is around: are we meeting our service level guarantees for the 10-day cutting, the 12-day cutting, which I take accountability for? And
we all take accountability. We all supported it.
Okay, I'm glad I'm part of a team. And the trimming. I asked the question because I've heard feedback from residents that say when they phone Public Works and ask the question, they're told things like, we don't have the manpower, we haven't been able to handle enough people or hire enough people to do it. So there's some messaging that is inconsistent to maybe what our policy and direction is. So again, do we have the manpower, and are we meeting our service levels?
Your worship, through to Councillor Killick, I'll have Louise and Jay answer that question for public operations.
I'll start, Louise, through the chair. Just a couple of things. So there is some variability to the 12-day did impact us versus the 10-day. On a 10-day, you're working 5 and 5, and you end up with 2 weekends guaranteed for catch-up times in between for staff to come in. Some of the challenges with grass is when we have the rainfalls that we've had over the past little while, access to locations is reduced. And on top of it, with the 12-day, the cost savings was reduction in a mower and a staff, right? So there is some limitations to meeting the thresholds right now. A lot of it, though, is access based. I'll pass it to Louise to kind of give a bit more comment on possibly some of the responses that are being provided out of our call center.
Yeah, so through the chair, we are tracking, when this was discussed last fall, the mayor was very clear that we track exactly what the responses we are getting from the public. And so we are. In terms of hiring enough staff, we certainly have enough staff. There's never a shortage of usually St. Albert youth typically that want to apply. As with any organization, we're seeing lots of turnover. They find either jobs that are in their field, that they're in school, or they found a job with a different municipality. That's happened. But we do have enough staff. Our crews are fully stocked. The difference from the 10 to the 12 was the loss of, we have 3 satellite crews that are throughout the city. The change from a 10 to 12 meant that each of those crews lost 1 person and 1 ride-on mower. And so we are now seeing them, instead of 5, they have 4. We're seeing that catch up. One of the things we discussed last year, in an abnormal year where it was particularly hot and dry last year, changing from a 10 to a 12 wouldn't have an impact. If we get into a normal or an above normal rainfall year with some heat, we're going to see the impact. We would see the impact if we were still on a 10. The difference the 12 is offering us right now is yes, there is an additional weekend time that's put in there. So it's not necessarily 12. It may be actually up to 17, 18 days versus the 14-day return time. In some cases, it may even be 20 because the rain has limited where we can access. So the grass right now is exceptionally long. So when residents are called, they are told what our intent time would be to return, given no weather restrictions. But that we certainly do have enough staff. Where we're struggling for staff is for the overtime. A lot of the permanent staff are quite keen to work the overtime. Some of the youth, this is not what they want to spend their weekends doing. So getting the overtime work can be a bit of a struggle, but the general staffing during the week, that's not been a concern.
Could you clarify the 20-day timeline? Because I understand there'd be a shift in, weather. You don't want to run the mowers when it's soaking wet and just rip up the dirt, but I've never heard 20 days return time. I always thought it was like 10 or 12. So I'm maybe missing something there.
So on the 10-day cycle, that's 10 working days. So it's actually every 14 days that the grass would get cut. When we move to a 12 cycle, you still have the 4 weekend days. So that you're up to actually 16. It would be, in a perfect world, it's every 16 days. But because that now rotates on a 5-day week, you may get an additional weekend that falls inside that time frame. So now you may be up to the 18 days. If you have a holiday, a long weekend, on the 10-day, that would have meant an additional day, so it would be day 15. On the 12-day, it means an additional day, which makes it day 19. And then you add in rain events, weather events, you're just delaying our return time to get. That's where we get to right now we're at a 19-day return time. It could be a 20 if rain keeps limiting our access.
Thank you. I had never taken into account weekends. I thought we cut grass on weekends, 7 days a week. I didn't, I thought it would be like snow removal, working on the weekends or whatever. I always see the mowers out on the weekends as a standard, almost standard practice, but I didn't realize that 5 days meant, or 10 days meant just Monday to Friday work days. So that's key learning for me. Thank you.
All right, Councillor McKay.
I just have a follow-up question to that one that fits in, if that's okay. I guess while I have you, Louise, if through you, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Fletcher, just some of the naturalization that we've undertaken. So is that, I know that's along some of our roadways where there's trees and we don't want to damage the trees, but the one, for example, is the entrance right into our downtown. So Perron and Sir Winston's on the, I guess would be the northwest corner. We have that park area. The grass is like above my, almost to my mid, I'm not tall, but to my mid thigh level. So, I mean, why are we leaving? Is that a decision that we're leaving because of that? But it's an actual park and it's an entrance to our downtown. And is there a reason we're doing that, or is that just part of our naturalization strategy?
I I would actually prefer to take that as potentially an IR. I'd like to get back to you on then on what the strategy is on that. I'm not aware of active naturalization that's going on there, but I would like to check with the team.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. And do you want me, are you fine with taking it just over like this? Okay, good. Thanks.
All right, Councillor Broadhead. What?
I have a very simple one. It was their email. I had sent it as a council inquiry around supporting Sarasota requests that came in on Sunday evening for access to space at Service Place and to do their movie night and customer appreciation. It's a event that's open to all residents of St. Albert. Sarasota pays all the costs to bring in a movie, big movie screen, kind of like a drive-in. They host all of our local businesses. We probably, some of us may have been to one of those events. I think they've been running them for over 10 years, always with the support of Service Place. And this year, because of the location of the COVID testing trailers in the north part of the parking lot, they're not able to use that space, which has been their traditional location. And so their request was to use the main parking spot at out front of Service Place, and they wanted to know if they could have administration support to continue to look at that and come up with a
Did that come through
solution.
you, or did they ask this of administration already?
I believe they were working with administration as a standard process, but they came to me as a special request. So
I don't know if you want to answer that or take that as an IR.
No, Your Worship, I have Danielle Burnham on the line who can address this. And our staff have been working with the people at Sarasota and provided them options. So,
okay, Danielle.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Killick, we have received an event request from Sarasota for their movie night, and we have been working with them on alternative locations at Service Place or in the surrounding area, and provided them some options. So really just awaiting their kind of response in terms of some of the options we've provided them into the south parking lot behind out in the field house entrance, as well as maybe an option on a road nearby in terms of a road closure that could be investigated moving forward. So we do have some options we put forward to them. The main lot is prohibitive just because it declines access to the majority of the building, and then we can't have public access. It makes it really difficult. So we've been looking at alternatives and are ready to go into discussions with that group whenever they're ready. So they certainly can come back through their event organizer at any time.
okay, thank you, and appreciate you working with Sarasota, and hopefully we can come up with a solution that works for everybody, because I think this is a great community building event that residents of St. Albert have benefited from the past, and something we can partner with the city on.
Okay. Back to you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, administration, Mr. Fletcher, you may not hear this. I'm sure you have heard of this. You've seen this situation. So the Blind Pig Pub, it continues to just sit there. And if I get one question 1,000 times, it's what's happening. And we talk a lot about this in chambers, but I'm just wondering if we could ask the developer to at least make some kind of a public statement as to when they're going to go forward, because the citizens of our community, they deserve an answer. Like, is it going to be like that for the next 10 years or?
Yeah, they're quite fed up. Yeah, I would agree.
So through your worship and to Councillor Broadhead, is I do know that was supposed to have happened. There was supposed to be a public statement that was made. It wasn't, but I can ask Adrian Slott to provide some additional background on this if he's available.
Yeah, there's Adrian. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councillor Broadhead. It's something that we've been asked frequently by the public as well. Right now, the developer does have a building permit. They are in the process of resolving an issue that they had with materials on their site. And the last we had heard that was that they were going to resume construction about 3 weeks ago. As you're aware, that has not happened, and that's the last contact that we've had. So we do check in with the developer somewhat regularly to just get updates on where they are and when they anticipate resuming. Anything further than that, I think we would have to take offline as far as discussions.
Just to follow up then, if you don't mind, is there a I hate to use this, but is there a hammer we can use? Like, I mean, is there some sort of a legislative coercion to get them moving, or like, or what if they just say, hey, sorry, we've got this and we won't do anything?
Yeah, so without getting into the whole kind of philosophy in Alberta here, I would say that the hammer is kind of an all or nothing hammer. And again, that's something that we've been working with the developer to avoid having to go that route, and instead try to facilitate the resumption of progress.
I agree. I want that road opened up again. Half the lane on, yeah, we've talked about that.
Let's take the cranes down or something like that, so it looks like it's at least safe. I don't know.
Maybe I should set up a meeting. That's it for you. And I think that's it for all of council. So we're moving on now.
Can we ask a question? When are, any idea when these are coming down, or is that just something we're gonna have to live with? I actually like the distance from my new neighbor, but
I want to keep it too.
We were,
I like putting little notes up.
we were keeping them up through to fall. Yeah. And then we'll see where things go.
could we make them like all enclosed and like?
Well, we can do yours and we can spray paint and block.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, thanks. Yeah, no, we were just wondering because we're always backing up and forth and it's hard, and we are putting notes on the side. Okay, thanks. Yeah, like I think we have Get Smart, isn't there? Remember, for all of us that are old enough, the cone of silence or something. Anyways, okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right. I need a motion to go in camera for 14.1, which is funding options for transportation capital projects. So
I can do it.
Councilor Mackay, thank you. so
That
much.
council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue on pursuant to sections 24.1D, 24.1G, and 25.1C of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes by a majority with Councillor Hughes opposed. All right, we will now go in camera. Cheryl, you're opening up breakout rooms. Okay.
Does anyone know if these guys are breaking for dinner?
I never heard anyone mention anything.
You're fine. You've got your camera off.
That's a good question, Emily.
I'm fine, but I'm also snacking.
Yeah, I hear you.
Dean gets really snarly when he hasn't eaten, so got to be careful.
I don't want that.
Oh, he didn't even respond to that. That's sad.
Too busy
I don't know
eating.
if they're going to that little room. Oh, there you are, Dean.